You ready? Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. For the record, today's date is June 4th, 2024, and the time is 9:03. At this moment, we will have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. County Council Karen, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Clerk of the board, we have a roll call vote. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Ding? Here. Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Present.
And Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
Chairman Villapudois?
Present. Clerk of the board, can we have our first recognition or presentation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Our first recognition is of the illegal dumping art contest student participants and the San Joaquin Delta College Fierce Mustang Media. And I would like to invite the following students: Ali Lapachette, Brody Koyama, Harley Jones, and Kane Meyer to the podium to receive this recognition, along with the Delta College Fierce Mustang Media Group. And this recognition is being presented to the students of the Lodi Christian School in recognition of your outstanding participation in the San Joaquin County Art Contest, which was aimed at combating illegal dumping. Your creativity and commitment to environmental stewardship are greatly appreciated. Your artwork plays a vital role in promoting a cleaner and healthier community for all. Thank you for your valuable contribution presented this fourth day of June 2024. And we are also recognizing the Delta College Fierce Mustang Media for their outstanding participation in the San Joaquin County Art Contest. Their creativity and commitment to the environmental stewardship are greatly appreciated, and their support plays a vital role in promoting a cleaner and healthier community for all. Thank you also for your valuable contributions. Presented this fourth day of June 2024. Chairman Villapudois?
Well, thank you very much. Well, it's an honor to meet you guys. I'm Miguel, and your name is? Brody. Brody, and you are? Harley. Harley? Allie. Well, I want to thank you guys for coming down today. Do you guys want to say a few words? Okay.
Don't be shy, say something.
Anything?
Chairman
Supervisor Patty, would you like to comment?
Well, listen, for you guys to be in our chamber today and for us to give a little bit of celebration and recognition of the effort and something that you've done in the community to get involved, and for us to be able to come here and recognize you, we appreciate you. Believe it or not, we work for you. It's your future. Every single day and every meeting that we go out in the community, we're out there paying attention to what's going to be good for our community and the future, and that's your generation. So thank you for doing your part and being present with us today in this recognition.
Would you like to say a few words also?
Yes.
I think you're good to go.
Am I good to go? Oh, I just want to say that this is part of our education component of the 3 E's plan that the Illegal Task Force has been working on this past year. One of the components with that education piece, we decided to reach out to the youth in our community to get them involved and excited about the harmful effects of illegal dumping. So along with our billboards that we currently have out there, we decided, hey, let's tap into the youth, K through 12, and let's get them excited. And let's take their artwork, submit it to us, and then create billboards with it. So with these kids, we're gonna take their art they submitted, and we're gonna create the billboards. Right now, we're working with the graphic designers to create those billboards, so those should be up within the next couple of weeks. weeks. We're also going to display their artwork along with everybody else who submitted their artwork down in the lobby for the public to see. And I also have a commitment from Mark Armstrong at the Great Festival. He will be, he offered to display all the artwork during the Great Festival in September. Along with our work with the youth, we decided to tap into the college students, and that's why I'd like to have Delta Fierce Mustang Media come up as well, because they actually worked with me and our task force to develop the current campaigns that are out there right now. The boat that you see on the billboards that says "Don't dump here," and it has a board with a boat with in the vineyard, and the other one with a bike. They went out, took pictures of North County, South County, all around. We used their artwork to display on these billboards. So it was a collaborative effort with the educational community to get this work done. So I just wanted to say thank you so much, you guys. You're making a difference. We're tapping into the youth, hoping to mold the minds, and so they're really aware of the harmful effects that illegal dumping does on our environment and our county. And then we have this group here that took that message, created it their own, and then made some great work out of it. So I just wanted to say thanks.
Well, thank you.
And
Yeah, please say a few words.
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. My name is Adriana Broger, and I'm a professor of digital media at San Joaquin Delta College. We were really excited to use this opportunity to leverage this to come here and talk to you about our Fierce Mustang Media Group, which you have actually supported through our Excel internship. And those funds that have been given to Delta College have been part of what has been leveraged to allow us to work with students like Bones here. Bones is one of our digital media students. These students come to Delta College, they get trained, they learn how to have skill sets. But unfortunately, what happens is that in this county, oftentimes those students will leave and they'll go to Sacramento, they'll go somewhere else. And we want to stop that brain drain. We want to say we actually do have jobs here in San Joaquin County. And so what we did was we created this, it's an internship, it's a work experience that allows these students to get training in digital media literacy, be able to share that out with our community here in San Joaquin County. It also showcases the career technical education and strong workforce funds, all of these fantastic things that happen. It gives these students an opportunity to work here in San Joaquin County, and then in turn, they also support nonprofits, businesses. It's really a phenomenal program, and you support that by supporting us at Delta College. So we want to say thank you and ask for your continued support with that. Tara, do you have anything else? Tara is one of my colleagues here at Delta College. And Leo Marquez is our lab tech, and he, without him, this wouldn't have been possible. And Bones, if you have any words. Okay.
I will. Hi, my name is Tara Kieslich-Dan. I'm a professor of mass communication and journalism. Again, the Excel internship program that the Board of Supervisors has funded is instrumental in this. We have one student with us today, but the biggest part of what we do is flexible internships. So most of our students are working 2 jobs or they're taking care of their family. We know what our student population is, and we are providing flexible internships through that funding. So we actually have a pamphlet that we want to give the clerk to pass out to all of you later on. But thank you again for that support, and thank you for supporting Delta College.
And to share the insight about how that affected one student, Bones is going to share a few words.
Hi, I go by Bones, and I want to say thank you for the opportunity to be involved in something like this, because of the internship, I was able, let me take a step back. I commute from Modesto because MJC didn't have the programs that Delta College offers here. So I commute from Modesto, and within this program, I was able to gather money from the internship and build my own arsenal, buying the equipment that I needed to get these projects done while still working my other job and not taking a financial hit. So with the internship, I was able to just come from home. I'm the one that took the photos for the billboards and whatnot, so I was able to use my own equipment, come from home, take the photos, do all that remotely without, having to go poor and live out of my car or anything. So I'm very appreciative for a program like this.
Thank you, Bones. And that's an example of the 21st century kind of internships that we need to be thinking about, forward thinking, that are technology-based, that are flexible, allowing our students to not miss out on their livelihood, so they're able to keep their other jobs that pay their bills, but we're also able to offer these flexible internships. And for all of that, we're Oh, and here I also have Dwayne Sanders. These are students who are running and hustling. Dwayne Sanders and Sammy Jimenez. Again, what you see here is these are all Delta Community College students. We're non-traditional learners. We're the community. We are people who, these folks aren't necessarily straight out of high school. They have lived experience. Some of them are caretakers. And these are exactly the kinds of people that we need to continue to look for innovative ways to support. Thank you so much.
Well, you know what? It sounds like you're doing an amazing job, and I want to thank you for bringing these students in and show us firsthand what you're helping the community and putting the light on illegal dumping. So I know that we left off with Supervisor Rickman. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, thank you to San Joaquin Delta College for being here and helping us with our illegal dumping campaign. We appreciate it. I want to, recognize the people the most important here, the art contest winners here. Thank you for, you three for, getting involved in educating the public and making people aware of the problems that we do have here in San Joaquin County with illegal dumping. Because we've all seen it, right? Nobody wants to see trash on the roadway. So I look forward to seeing your art, hopefully on some big old billboard. I look forward to seeing some more art, not just this year, but years down the road. So congratulations, we're proud of you guys.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you. This is absolutely amazing that you guys are here and the collaboration. I'm a Delta College alumni, so right, go Mustangs. But I think it's important that you see it because they're our future. You know what I mean? And we battle it, and I battle it and battle it at the city, battle it at the county. So thank you for stepping up and participating because you guys are going to be the ones that are going to be sitting up here. So there's hope. Go Delta College and go young people for doing the artwork and bringing awareness, and I think that's what it's all about. If we can just be a little more mindful of the place that we call our home, I think it would make it a much better place, so thank you.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Where are you? I can't see you down there. Thank you for making our, I Love Lodi campaign, adding to that. I'm looking forward to seeing everything up on the billboard. Thank you very much. Did we all go to Delta? Did anybody not?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, right on.
Well, Supervisor Campbell was there 12 years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. What is the best 9 years of my life?
That's six AA degrees. Thank you very much for pointing that
Right.
out. Just that we're hating up here.
Thank you for the information on the expanded courses at Delta with the flexible internship. That's helpful to know exactly what we have to offer because we do need to keep those resources and stop the brain drain here in San Joaquin County. And thank you for putting all the programs together.
Will the board please join me for a photo? You guys are up front. Come on out. Everybody, please join me. That's important. Clerk of the Board, we have the next recognition or presentation, please.
Our next presentation is the proclamation of Father Appreciation Week in San Joaquin County, and I would like to invite Human Services Agency Director Chris Woods, Justina Ryan, Social Worker Supervisor 2, Nikita Hughes, Child Welfare Division Chief, Giovanna Valdores, Contracts Analyst with First Five of San Joaquin, and Gus Pacheco from Parents by Choice, as I read the proclamation, which states, whereas a father's involvement in child rearing has significant positive outcomes on children, and the lack of responsible fathers, as well as fatherless homes, are the leading cause of teenage pregnancies, alcohol and drug abuse, and alarming rates of domestic violence in our communities. And whereas father involvement improves a child's well-being, happiness, social, and academic success. And whereas having a father figure present in a child's life helps with school readiness, child development, confidence, and overall positive life outcomes, and life decision-making as an adult. And whereas Father Fest 2024 will be held on June 8th, 2024 from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Yosemite Street Village in Stockton, and aims to celebrate the importance of fathers while providing valuable support and resources they need to build lasting relationships with their children. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of June 9th through the 16th, 2024 as Father Appreciation Week in San Joaquin County, and urges all residents to celebrate the important role fathers play in raising our children. Presented this 4th day of June, 2024. Chairman Villapadua and Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Director Woods, say a couple words, please.
Good morning, Chair Villapadua, members of the board. Thank you for inviting us here and doing this proclamation. On behalf of the Human Services Agency, I just very much appreciate the recognition. This effort really started out with a few years ago with the Human Services Agency wanting to ensure that our policies and practices around child welfare valued the role of fathers and ensured that they had a place in their case plan and ensure that they were participating in accordance with all the rights and privileges of being a father. And I think we can all agree that being fathers ourselves, that having involved fathers improves outcomes, and it's better for everyone, and it's probably the best privilege a father can ever have is participating in their child's lives. And appreciate this proclamation. And Justin is going to come here and talk about Father Fest and what has really become a signature event for us. And I'm really appreciative of the team, not only First Five, that's part of Human Services Agency, our child welfare team, but Parents by Choice, who's been a wonderful partner, and also Probation and Department of Child Support Services, who have also come alongside to support this effort. So it's a county effort, and it's a team effort. So thank you.
Well, and that's why I wanted to bring this forward, is to recognize the efforts right here organically in our county and through HSA and the entire team. So we thank and really appreciate, this is really, you have 25%, 1 in 4 children are in fatherless environments. And that's when you look at the statistics and the outcomes, some of which was proclaimed in this, in the proclamation included. It is colorblind. It doesn't matter what demographic you come from, but this is really a very tragic environment for our children to be growing up in. And we know that there's a lot of very hardworking mothers, single mothers, and we also know there's parents, but for us to highlight and recognize the important role fathers have in our county, we recognize and appreciate that. So that's why it's here today. We'll bring it to our board, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. And thank you, Supervisor Patty. This is the second year I believe you brought this to the board, and I know the dads appreciate it. As you mentioned, fathers play an important role in the lives of their families. Being a dad myself, and a lot of times you're watching TV, you're watching movies and stuff. And a lot of movies and TVs and even commercials portray dads as the comedic relief or the dads not in the family, but they rarely show the loving, the caring side of what fathers do on a daily basis. So as a father, like I said, with 2 awesome daughters, I thank you again, Supervisor Patty, for bringing awareness to that and putting dads in the spotlight. So thank you.
Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you. It's kind of alarming how many people take on the roles of father in our society because of the lack of good role models. I was just telling somebody, it's crazy. My dad's passed away. He passed away 12 years ago, and I still do stuff to make him happy. It's the craziest thing in the world. And I'm thinking, oh my God, he's been gone for 12 years. But I mean, those are the things, the morals and the values that I think we're missing in today's society. And how do you do that so that somebody can have a mentor? I think is the most important part, is whoever steps up, whether it's coaches or life coaches or anybody, you know, in schools, teachers, you know, social workers or what have you. And I think that's what we need to do, is lift up our kids like we had today and involve them in the process instead of alienating, oh, it's not a problem until they get to be an adult, and then it's too late. So thank you for all the fathers. I mean, obviously Father's Day is coming up, but I think it's important that we mentor and teach our children better morals and values. So thank you.
Supervisor Ding.
Supervisor Canepa, that is so true. I mean, you're still trying to make, you know, your dad happy. Or what's even worse is when you're saying, you get kind of a heated moment and you're saying something to your kids that you're trying to capture on the way out of your mouth because it's your father, and something you swore you would never ever say. Yeah, and it always happens. Extremely important. Thank you for your dedication and attention to this initiative. Appreciate it.
I'm just going to read a couple of statistics, some of which was touched on. And the reason why I do this is because we really have to recognize what is our role and how can we make a difference and how can we message. And Supervisor Rickman, you are correct. Every single TV show, the father is the buffoon. There's the 5-year-old child that knows more, and the father is always ridiculed. Even your marketing, your commercials, because women control, I think, 3/4 of the spending and economic purchasing in this country. So men are the guys that are the buffoons in the commercial more often than not. But here's statistics of when you start bringing fathers out of families. Children from fatherless families are more likely to be poor, more likely to be involved in drugs and alcohol abuse, more likely to drop out of high school and suffer from health and emotional problems, more likely to be involved in crime, and girls are more likely to become pregnant as teens. 90% of runaways are from fatherless homes, and 85% of youth in prison come from fatherless homes. That's a daunting statistic, and it's right there staring us in the eyes. The fact that we are stepping up, making a difference, getting that voice out, giving some recognition, it's worth noting. So thank you for being here. I can just say, I have these conversations with my daughter last night. I said, sweetheart, as your father, I have a limited amount of time to guide you and teach you and bring you into independence. Her mother's a very loving, nurturing mother, and I'm the father that's going to build my daughter so she's strong and independent without me. So that's an important role that we play in partnership in our families. Supervisor and Chairman Villapudua.
Well, Supervisor Patty, thank you for bringing this forward. But Father's Day fast approaching, we think about all the fathers and think about what our fathers have done for us and our families, and this example they set. And I can't do anything about my dad, and I want to thank everybody here that provides, for families and helping fathers become the men they are. So at this time, I think we're going to take a photo. If you join us, please. Yes, please.
Oh, sure. Just another reminder that our Father Fest 2024 is on Saturday, the 8th of June from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Yosemite Street Village. And it's going to be a wonderful event with families, kids, lots of music and excitement. It'll be fun.
There'll be plenty.
Clerk of the Board, if we have the next proclamation, please.
Our next proclamation is of May 31st, 2024 as Necrotizing Fasciitis Awareness Day in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Mark and Camina Del Barba to the podium as I read this proclamation, and I will do my best with some of the words. Whereas necrotizing fasciitis is an aggressive bacterial infection that spreads quickly and can cause death if not treated in a timely manner. And whereas this condition was first described in medical literature in 1883 by Alfred Fournier and was originally identified as a disease-causing cell death. And whereas necrotizing fasciitis, often referred to as flesh-eating bacteria, sees no race, gender, age, or economic status. And whereas it can often be confusing and develop quickly, spreading an inch an hour if not treated immediately with surgery and antibiotics. And whereas the most common cause are the bacteria group A. Streptococcus and Staphylococcus aureus, either alone or in combination with other causes caused by bacteria naturally found in the intestines of healthy people. And whereas there is a higher risk associated with surgical procedures, diabetes, atherosclerotic vascular disease, malignancy, and hypertension, and very rarely may occur following minor skin injuries. And whereas we recognize the importance of raising awareness about this terrible disease, which affects the muscles, soft tissue, and nerves. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim May 31st, 2024 as Necrotizing Fasciitis Awareness Day in San Joaquin County and encourages our fellow citizens to raise awareness through education about the serious condition that requires early detection and treatment to mitigate its impact on the health of patients. Presented this 4th day of June, 2024. Chairman Villapuduan, Supervisor Canepa.
This one's kind of close to home because a lot of people, you go through your life and if you don't know what it is or how it affects people. But I went to school with Mark and his wife, Hamini, and their son was in college and then he decided to go into the military. Well, then he gets a staph infection and I'll let you explain more about it. And he had to have his limb amputated. And it's just absolutely horrifying to hear the stories and how the government and the Veterans Affairs doesn't really like dealing with it. So until you have somebody or a family like them to step up and they started an organization on behalf of their son. And so I think the awareness needs to be out there because, you know, all of our people that do go in the military sometimes don't get the same representations that we get in society. So they're trying to fight and equalize that. And then I will let Mark discuss what they're kind of been through and what they're doing to raise awareness. So thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for this. Chairman Villapuda, Paul, everybody up there. So in 2019, my son, Dez, went to basic Army training, and 35 days later, we get a phone call that he was dying. There was a Strep A epidemic going on, and he was not treated. He went every day for a week. He went asking for help, and he was basically turned away. By the time we got to him on February 11th, he was intubated and had multiple antibiotics trying to save his life. He already went to his first debridement surgery where they took majority of his left leg muscle and tissue away. And all he needed was antibiotics. All they had to give him was penicillin, and they failed that. Within that week, my son ended up having his left leg amputated. His right leg was debrided to salvage. We almost lost him because of a terrible, terrible disease that could have been prevented. Strep A is one of the #1 causes for this, but it can also be transmitted from water, ocean water, oysters, dirt. There's so many ways to contract this disease. So early recognition, early treatment can help this, especially with Streptococcus A, strep throat. You want to make sure you get your kids or your family members on antibiotics to prevent anything that can turn to what happened to my son. we did start an organization called Operation Dead Strong, which helps kids who are amputees and honor my son. And we're also in changing policies within the Army regarding medical care for our soldiers. We'll be going to Washington, D.C. next week to push a new bill called the HEROES Act to help our soldiers have the same rights as we have when it comes to medical malpractice. Thank you, guys.
Well, sir, thank you for describing your story. It sounds like a horrible situation. And I thank you, Supervisor Camp, for bringing light to this horrible disease. And I pray for your family. And I'm glad we're getting this awareness out. Supervisor Dean, would you like to comment?
Thank you. I mean, what a nightmare. Thank you for giving us some more education and background on it, and God bless.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here this morning with us to, bring awareness and, talk about the symptoms and the treatment, how easy it can be treated. And of course, we're sorry to hear about your son, what he went through. I've heard about this before, but I never knew what the name was. And it seems like you're hearing more and more of it. I mean, you're hearing about it was in Hawaii, off the coast of Hawaii, people are swimming, were getting sick. Same thing in Florida. In fact, I talked to a resident who lives in my district, and I assume, it's some type of bacteria infection, but, she almost lost her foot, and she's dealing with it for over a year now. And, you being here today and bringing awareness to this and, hopefully inform folks out there, and they can be an advocate when you do go to the hospital and if you know the symptoms, and hopefully you watched, this meeting or listened to you and what you've been doing, that you can, help save a loved one the pain. So I appreciate it. Thank you, and God bless you and your family.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate this coming forward for, again, awareness. And Des obviously is showing resilience and strength beyond anything you can imagine. This is a tragedy nobody would expect. You're stepping up to serve your country, and all of a sudden you've got this, not only a medical emergency, but you've got a devastation unfolding that's life-altering. The only thing I could hope and pray is that something through the efforts of you and your family that have been unyielding to have a voice, is that something good comes of it, that there is some sort of revision or some sort of level of awareness that that will have a profound difference. But the best to the family and to Des, of course, always. You guys are in our thoughts and prayers. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Would the board like to join us for a photo? Clerk of the board, if we have the next recognition, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next recognition is by the 5th Supervisorial District of the nonprofit organization GFWC Tracy Women's Club. And I would like to invite the club president, Karina Ramos, to the podium as we read this recognition, which states, "This is in recognition of nearly 103 years of hard work, dedication, and commitment to the mission of community improvement by enhancing the lives of others through volunteer service. The direct impacts of the Tracy Women's Club, community service, civic engagement and outreach, special projects, fundraising efforts, supporting charitable giving for various community-wide causes, and partnerships in health and wellness, especially in the fight against domestic violence, are felt throughout the Tracy community. Your organization provides a great service and is a valuable asset to our community. Congratulations on an honor well-deserved, and thank you for your continued service. Presented this 4th day of June, 2024, Chairman Villapadua and Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Karina, for being here. You'd like to say a few words?
I would. Good morning, Chairman Villapadua, Vice Chair Canepa, Supervisor Patty, Supervisor Ding, and Supervisor Robert Rickman, 5th District, Best District. I'm Karina Ramos, President of the Tracy Women's Club. On behalf of all of our members, thank you for this recognition. Our Tracy Women's Club is one of the oldest service clubs in Tracy. Most recently, we celebrated our 103rd year of service. Our club is made of volunteers who volunteer their time through service, as well as help raise funds to give back to our community. We meet on the first Friday of every month, September through May, and I invite you all to stop by and come and say hi. A special thank you to Supervisor Robert Rickman. I speak for all of our members. Your support to our club is invaluable. Thank you so much for always supporting our fundraisers, for stopping by at all of our meetings, and this wonderful recognition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Karina, very much. I'm going to turn it over to the board, and we'll just talk to Supervisor Canepa.
So I'm glad you're being brainwashed by Supervisor Rickman also, because he doesn't let me come to Tracy, so I don't know. I have to get permission to come to your Friday meeting because, you know.
I just invited you,
Yes,
so you're
thank you.
welcome to
Thank
come.
you. I appreciate that. But thank you. Giving women a voice is huge, and we need more of it. So I'm glad you brought this forward and representing Tracy women. So thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Ding.
Just congratulations. I can't even begin to start making smart-ass remarks about District 4. So thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty, thank you. And we'll talk, I'm sorry, Supervisor Patty. Go ahead.
Well, you know, once again, trying to cut off the 3rd and preferred district. And I want to recognize that I guess you guys have some sort of manual that you've given to Supervisor Rickman for knitting. He's been making yarning socks and sweaters for people.
Oh,
So
you heard about that. He's actually making my new butterfly symbol, so I'm very excited when he's finished. So I'll make sure I bring it to you and show you.
Oh, please do.
Yes, I
We
totally
most
will.
definitely would like to
Yes.
have that. I think we can even frame it and put it up here from Supervisor Rickman, and very crafty, no
Oh,
less.
he is.
So, but we do recognize and appreciate that, you know, that you found a reason getting together and sharing, you know, not only a common bond in the community, but making a difference. So we thank you and appreciate that, and glad that you guys are here for a little recognition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. And before I turn it over to the chair, I just want to say a quick word. Thank you, Karina, for being here. And we have some women here from the Women's Club, so thank you for being here. And we'll get you guys up here in a second. You know, it's funny, for the last week, I've been giving her such a bad time, shooting her text messages that I was going to ask her tons of questions. You better know all these different, you know, who was the first president, how much money did you raise in 1930? But, you know, I know you just became president. You've been a member for a while now. And thank you for what you do for the residents of Tracy, and it goes beyond Tracy also. It, you know, affects other cities as well. And we were just talking about it yesterday. You know, you see a bunch of different service clubs, or, you know, clubs. How many clubs do you see that make it at 10 years, let alone 103 years and going strong? In fact, your service club is one of the most, have the most enrollment, I guess you could say, and it's always a packed house. It's because of your leadership and past leadership of your of the great women that you have there. So thank you very much for being here. And I want to recognize, you know, your husband who's filming over there, Domingo, who's going to buy, you know, we were talking about, he's going to buy a 1978 Trans Am.
Oh, no.
So, which is going to be awesome. So I'm going to turn it over to our chairman. So thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, thank you for bringing this forward, and the Women's Club is doing an amazing job for Tracy, and I know you guys work hard, and Bob was telling me that you're gonna build a statue in front of the building. Is that true? Is that correct? No, thank you for everything you do. Will you guys please join us for a photo?
Thank you.
Clerk of the Board, we have the next proclamation, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next proclamation is a request to proclaim the month of June 2024 as Elder Independent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Roxanne L. Jewell Richardson, a commissioner on the Commission of Aging, to the podium as I read this proclamation, whereas since 2006, the month of June has been recognized as World Elder Abuse Awareness Month, and June 15th as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day by the International Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse, the World Health Organization, and the United Nations. And whereas more than 146,583 older adults aged 60 and above reside in San Joaquin County. And whereas in 2023, Long-Term Care Ombudsman investigated 521 reports of suspected abuse to elder independent adults in San Joaquin County. And whereas San Joaquin County recognizes that older independent adults have the right to be safe in their homes and communities and is committed to helping those individuals live longer and healthier lives. And whereas World Elder Abuse Awareness Month is an opportunity to promote a better understanding of abuse and neglect of older independent adults by raising community awareness. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of June 2024 as Elder Independent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in San Joaquin County and urges all residents to honor San Joaquin County's older independent adults. Presented this 4th day of June 2024. Chairman Villapudua.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Roxy. How are you today?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. Would you like to say a few words?
I would. Good morning, Supervisors. Good morning, Chairman Villapudua. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for recognizing this very important issue. Thank you. Elder abuse is something that is very rampant and not very well acknowledged. The 5 areas of elder abuse are physical abuse, emotional and psychological abuse, financial exploitation, neglect and abandonment, and sexual abuse. Isolation is the #1 cause of death in elders, and so neglect can be something that we don't recognize and needs to be acknowledged. Some of the signs of abuse are that an elder seems depressed, confused, or withdrawn, isolated from friends and family, has unexplained bruises, burns, or scars, or appears dirty, underfed, dehydrated, or under-medicated. And these are things that we need to watch for in our elders. And I appreciate that you've taken the time to recognize that the month of June is something we need to be aware of in our elders here in San Joaquin County.
Well, thank you for that. Director Woods, would you like to say a few words?
Oops, that doesn't
Yes.
move.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, wow, okay, we're learning things together.
Yes, yes.
All right, good morning again, Chair Villapudua, members of the board. I just want to thank the board for allowing this recognition. It is very important that we acknowledge and understand elder and dependent adult abuse and recognize that it does occur, and there are very important gosh, it's been a rough morning. It's very important in our community, and I want to make sure that there's recognition brought to it. I appreciate that recognition. And I also want to thank our commission members. The Commission on Aging is a commission of this board, and thank you for participating and being valued members of our commission.
Great, thank you. You're good.
Good morning, Chair Villapudua and members of the board. I just wanted to say it's not only a victimless crimes, it is our relatives, it is our neighbors, it is our friends, sometimes it's even our coworkers. Years ago, I was a social worker in Adult Protective Services, and it surprised me how much funds some of these older adults had amassed through the years of hard work, dedication, and savings. And to have somebody from one day to the other making them paupers where they were comfortable, they had their own care that they were able to pay for, to now having to be on Medi-Cal because all their funds were taken away. So back in the days, we had one very impactful prosecution where not only was the individual who took more than $2 million from this older adult criminally prosecuted, but we were able to get over $1 million back, which meant that that person no longer had to be on Medi-Cal. They could go back and end their life in the manner that was dignified, that was respectful, and on their own terms. So thank you for this recognition.
Well, thank you all for everything you do for older people, and elderly abuse is scary because we're all going to get old one day, and we all want to be taken care of. And you're right, we want to live a dignified life and be proud of who we are. Supervisor Rickman, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here. And, it's a shame that we even have to discuss this and bring awareness to this, but it does happen. And I think a lot of people think it just happens in rest homes and, those places. And like you mentioned, it doesn't. And, the financial side of it, when you hear stories like you were just mentioning, it just breaks your heart, work for your whole entire life to live comfortably at the end, and then some. Oh God, I guess I got to be, I want to be politically correct here, but certain bad people come up and they just drain. Who can do something like that? But there are people out there. So bringing awareness to folks and who have elderly parents, elderly loved ones, to watch out. Even if they are family members, you still got to keep a watchful eye. So thank you very much, and I want to say thank you to the DA's office also for prosecuting these individuals who participate in this, heinous activity. So thank you, and God bless you all.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. Number 3 hits with the financial abuse, hits close to home, real close to home right now. With the advent of these, I'm barely figuring out how to use the darn thing, let alone my mom. And people are a generation, and they can't quite figure out you don't hit an ad just because it says Target. I'm glad this person, Mom, wants to set you up in your own business, and all you have to do is send them $10,000. Don't do it. I just could not believe, but they believe a lot of what's on here, and it's you've got your work cut out for you. So my only point in this rant is I hope that is part of the education process is kind of trying to explain to elders, this is not your friend all the time. But since they are lonely and they are sitting at home, they're looking for things to do, and they just need to be safe. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I know several years ago over at Del Webb, which is a senior community in Manteca, we did a couple of forums and had an incredible amount of people turning out, and so many of them had stories about somebody's phone calls, family member in jail, and just a variety of things that just all trying to exploit and take money. So thanks for standing up, speaking out, and I would encourage all the supervisors to reach out in your senior homes throughout your district and have some meetings, and perhaps there's some support, some documentation and information. I know our DA is always steadfast, and we could show that there is a level of support here in this community, not to be embarrassed, but to step up and help out so you can maybe reclaim some funds and help out a senior that's now in dire straits. So thanks, and glad we have the recognition.
Vice Chair Canepa.
Yeah, this is another one of those, if you see something, say something, because I just lived it. Obviously, my mother-in-law was in a care facility, and we had to call the ombudsman, and they were Johnny on the spot. My wife made me call her supervisor and thank her for doing such an amazing job, because a lot of those folks, don't have anybody on their side to fight. And you don't realize it until you go to those retirement facilities and even in-home care, that there's predators out there and they're looking to take advantage of whoever they can. And it's just sad that our society has come to that. Just since I've been here for a year and a half, the amounts of abuse cases that we've seen come across and people needing help. So thank you for what you guys do and any awareness we can bring to it. But if you do see someone being abused, say something and get help, because it's kind of pretty daunting task. So thank you.
Will the board please join us for a photo? Now is the time for public comment for matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes and the consent calendar and closed session items. I know a lot of you are here to speak on different matters, so we're going to have a forum where you can speak on that item. So right now, if you'd just like to have a comment, please come forward. Our first speaker is Lavin Cardinelli. Yeah, I can't read your writing, sorry.
In the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Now learn a parable of a fig tree, when her branch is tender and putteth forth leaves. Ye know that summer is near. Take ye heed, watch and pray, for ye know not what time it is, and what to say unto you. Watch. In 100 years, no one in this room will be here. So I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. National Socialists, also known as Nazis, have returned to the world, and they have taken on partnerships with some of the largest global corporations in the entire world. Carnegie took over medicine in the early part of the century, the 1900s, and he wiped out natural medicine. Now there's a domestic terrorist by the name of Tedros who wants to say that I'm an anti-vaxxer and he's going to take aggressive measures because I don't want toxic medicine put into my body. Dr. Fauci yesterday made a statement and he said, make people's lives harder so they lose their ideological BS and get them vaccinated. We'll have Facebook and Amazon give them jobs and get them educated, but they won't be able to do that without vaccines. That sounds like coercion to me. Vaccines that were administered are not, in fact, traditional vaccines. They are a genetically modified product. There were found to be over 500 times the allowed of DNA contamination in them. There was a SV40, which makes your PV53, which is your cancer anti-tumor gene, suppressed. And it also creates the thing that has your body's defenses go up, go down. So essentially, 5.7 billion people were poisoned. As of the latest excess all-cause mortality, 575 million working-age people across the world have been murdered by the World Health Organization and the United States government working with the UN. I'm asking for a work stoppage on a local level to protect my children from being toxically poisoned by your immunization program, as you have lost all site health and safety protocols. I informed the injury prevention program of your public health services, and they were non-responsive. I tried the police, they wouldn't do anything. I have tried the sheriffs, they won't do anything. The only action after you see the light and be the light for our people is to take it to the judicial. I am providing you with the images of firefighters, nurses, EMTs, moms, and dads who have all died suddenly.
Thank you very much for your time. Anyone else let you come forward and speak to the board? I see none. I will close public comment. Moving on to the consent calendar. Items number 37 and number 40 will be pulled from the agenda and be re-agendized at a later date. Starting from my right, would you like to pull anything, Supervisor Ding? 37 and 40. Can I come back to you, Supervisor?
You can come back to me. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm just going to pull 13, just for comment.
Number 13, and Supervisor Patty is not present. Supervisor Ding, anything else?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to number 13. And that item is approve the use of Supervisor District 5 funds for the Escalon Farmington Community Garden Club Blue Star Memorial Marker 3,300, Tracy City Center. Association Property-Based Improvement District Renewal Edition, cost of $32,000. Escalon Strong's The Giveaway Pantry Food Recovery Program, $21,427. San Joaquin County Ag Fest and San Joaquin Junior Show and Auction Council Incorporated. Ma'am, closed session, ma'am, sorry, ma'am, it's, public comment's already been closed. Is she coming for this item?
I have never done this before in my life. I'm a retired nurse from St. Joseph's ER. And I've been retired for about 10 years. I live out in the boonies, out in the country. And we are putting together a Blue Star Memorial to honor all the veterans in Escalon and Farmington. And so it's costing our little club a lot of money. And we've come here to talk to you about maybe some little bit of help for our garden club.
Okay, Supervisor Rickman.
That's about all I have to say.
Thank you.
And I worked with Steve Moore, and he told me to come down here and give our opinion about putting a Blue Star Memorial together. We did one in Linden already, but we were putting one together in Escalon at the Civic Community Center. And I've got approval from the departments in Escalon. And so we're asking for a little bit of help, maybe if you can do that. Okay, that's it.
Right, thank you. And you came to the right place. This is what this item is for. And one of the items, actually, this is the first one for 3,300 for Escalon Farmington Community Garden Club, for the Blue Star Memorial Marker. So thank you very much. And thank you for you and your organization for what you do. And thank you and God bless. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Moving on to item number.
One more quick, I think there might be some folks.
Okay, you want to keep going?
Yeah, if you mind, if you
Yeah,
just
go
open it
ahead.
up. Anybody else here for this item? If there isn't, well.
Please come forward if you're here for item number 13.
All right, well, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to
Thank you.
thank everybody.
Moving on to item number 15, General Services, approve the subdivision of Assessor's Parcel Number 193-050-18 for the proposed Be Well campus in French Camp. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Do we have Director Dietrich or anybody here? Ms. Cunningham?
Number 15.
Good morning. So this is just one of these things I want to get an update, a little timeline of how we're going to progress. So this is one of these fantastic, and Director Dietrich, thank you for being here, bringing this forward. I know it's the level of progression. Just wanted to maybe to get an understanding of a timeline so that we can talk and celebrate what's going on at the Be Well campus.
Through the chair, Greg Dietrich, Director of the Healthcare Services Agency. Via the CEO's office, we're having some structured meetings to talk about the timeframes, getting all the county players on deck. This is a prerequisite where the larger parcel down there is being split with the new assessor's parcel number. It's a requirement for some of our grant funding. But we are continuing down the path, working. We have an item into the Community Development Department to look at a lot of the pre-assessment work for the water, sewer, power, continuing to work with Boulder and Associates to continue the design documentation. County council is engaged with other counties on the potential for different procurement methods, including design, bid, build, as well as public-private partnerships. We are trying to get out in front of two requests for grant opportunities that are coming from the Prop 1. The first one will be released later this month, and then another one towards the end of the year or the beginning of 2025. Continue to look at the capital stack there and opportunities there, including maybe bringing phase 2, which would be in the northern portion of the property that would have kind of aftercare residential units for like up to 2 years transitional housing into the phase one, but continue to march down the path of getting this procured and moving forward as quickly as possible. And I know Genevieve Valentine, Supervisor Canepa, and some members of General Services are going down to Southern California next week, being hosted by a state official who's actually in charge of some of the bond financing, to look at 4 facilities down there that were approved. And in order to get quicker to market, because I know architecture and engineering are a big issue, we've been able to secure releases of design documents from other counties such that we can potentially modify those design documents and be quicker to the stage of moving dirt and construction.
If you were looking at a series of timelines, when do you think we could perhaps, and I'm certain that myself and Supervisor Villapudua, our chairman, would no longer be here, but when will you guys be breaking ground?
I've been very aggressive, and I know I've probably, quite frankly, pissed some people off by being this aggressive, but I'm trying to get this done as quickly as possible, but being pragmatic. This is a large construction project. The first phase we're looking at is $140 million approximately. With these bond propositions, there might be another $100 million coming in. When I mentioned Genevieve is going down to Southern California, Riverside Community Health System is breaking ground on a $500 million project. But this is new territory. I think probably the largest initiative that the county might be taking on as far as a capital construction project. I'm trying to get this done by the end of calendar 2026. That's probably a hope and a prayer, but as quickly as possible. And I'm glad via General Services, Community Development, County Council, the CEO's office, we have a lot more structured meeting and are making sure that we're knocking down barriers and not being idle.
Excellent. And I just want to appreciate and recognize that you're the tip of the spear on this. You brought this to the board, and Supervisor Canepa and Supervisor Ding have both not only visited Southern California, but you guys are all working in concert. So I think this is one of those things for mental health services. It's a in-care facility, and it's something, one of these great programs that have been recognized and created that we can bring into our community. So great job bringing it forward. I see this as like phase one or step one in an arduous process, but it is moving forward. And I want to recognize again our 2 supervisors and the partnership with our departments being forward-thinking here in our county. So great job.
Yeah, great job. Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 18, Human Resources, amend exempt resolution R23-94, Section C, compensation by creating salary relationships among certain elected officials and adopt an order adjust the salaries of the assessor recorder, county clerk, auditor controller, district attorney, sheriff, public administrator, treasurer, tax collector, effective June 17, 2024. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you again, Chairman. I appreciate our Director of HR has made some amendments, kind of looking at the counties and doing some comparisons and making some adjustments. There was one thing, and north and south of us, I've looked at, and I've got friends that are supervisors and talk with them as we review what's going on. I wanted to propose for this board to consider one amendment to what's being proposed today for salary adjustments but I would propose that we pull the DA's salary from this discussion or approval process, and we amend it, bring it back to a future meeting, and we put it on par with county council. And speaking with county council earlier, he agrees this would be a process we could do, but attach it more to the county council. We have counties throughout the state, and again, north and south, Stanislaus and Sacramento, that are doing exactly the same. So it's tied to the county council's salary for the DA, and we know that our DA in particular, works very hard, very steadfast in the community. We also know our county council's office is quite busy with county business. So I think there's a good parallel and a precedent that we establish that continuity in our region. So I would propose that. I'd like to hear from other board members and perhaps some might be public members to say something about it.
Any board member would like to comment? I see one here. Supervisor Canepa.
So I just have one question. So going forward, how often do these come forward? I mean, because I think that's when we did our salary, obviously. It's just kind of set a benchmark, right? So that we don't have to come back and review it all the time. So what in this triggers their review? I mean, obviously, in negotiations, we do that with county employees. So how does that work on this side?
Good morning. Chair Villaputo and members of the board, through the chair, Supervisor Canepa. This is slightly different from the action that the board approved in May, in which the board member salaries are set at a percentage, a tie with our California Superior Court judges. And that amendment that was approved will put in place an annual review process that will remove the discussion of board member salaries from a regular discussion at the board. It will be based solely on adjustments that are made to the Superior Court judges. This item before you today is recommending a salary establishing ties among certain public elected officials. It does not create an established review process. However, it is our standard practice that for our county department heads, including our elected officials, we review those as part of our unrepresented resolutions, which typically mirror our SEIU resolution. So currently, the elected officials, except for the Board of Supervisor members, are scheduled to receive cost of living increases in July of this year and July of 2025. And then that resolution would expire, and we would expect to see a new salary survey being conducted at the same time we review the salaries of our other department heads and senior managers, and we'd be making recommendations to the board for adjustments at that time. This action would create salary ties among specific elected officials. As we were doing the research for the board members' considerations on how the methodology that was most appropriate for board member salaries, we found it was very common amongst our county comparators to have ties among the elected officials. And so that's what this action here is doing. At the time that we reviewed that, we also saw that our district attorney and our auditor controller were behind market, so we're also making recommendations not only to the 5 specific elected officials to adjust their salaries to create the ties, but also to address the district attorney and the auditor controller being behind our 10 comparators. We wanted to take one action to make that adjustment at this time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I guess, and I agree with the process we're going through right now. I don't understand, why are we pulling out the DA? What's the problem? Why wouldn't we go through this process right now? Because she hasn't even made the recommendations.
Through the chair, so the recommendations that are proposed are what's we'd be approving on consent. However, after doing a little bit of research independently, speaking with supervisors in Sacramento and in Stanislaus, and there's other regions throughout the state, there's a little more continuity where they do the district attorney's salary. It mirrors our county council's salary. So I thought if we're going to get onto a parallel, we ought to get in the ballpark with where we need to be. And that's what I believe, and that's why we're here to discuss it. If we want to, we can bring it back and make that slight amendment for that one position.
So if I can go ahead, claim my time here. Are we actually taking action right now to raise the so I'd kind of like to know what we're talking about. I don't, I mean, is he making minimum wage? Is he making $500,000 a year? What are we talking? What did you propose, and what's being proposed?
Certainly. So specifically for the district attorney, this action, currently our district attorney makes an annual salary of $282,000, and our recommended action would be to raise it to $296,000 annually. I will say that I did a very quick look this morning. We do have among our 10 comparators a variety of ways that our county councils, and I'm pulling up a little bit of age data, I will, since it was a quick question, but we do show that there are 3 of our 10 comparator counties where the district attorney is tied with the county council, and then there are 4 where they're actually paid less, and those are, Stanislaus is one where it's not a huge difference, but the district attorney makes slightly less, and again, this is age data, so there could have been adjustments since the survey was completed.
And I don't mean to make you uncomfortable here. What does our county council make right now?
So the county council, what's a little bit different between county council and district attorney, our district attorney, or all of our elected officials have a flat salary. There's one salary, there's not a range. Our county council, the established classification, has a 5-step range, like most of our other county departments. and employees. And the range, the annual range for the county council position is $280,000 at step 1, ranging up to $340,000, almost $341,000 for step 5.
It's not that big of a range right now between.
So through the chair, my point is, if you look at our county council and their department, how busy they are, and also right across the street, our district attorney and his staff, and the caseload and the workload that they do, and then 90 to 100 something attorneys in that office. I just thought there was a good parallel for us to establish that baseline, so that the DA would stay at that step 5, which is they would qualify for concurrent to what we're paying the county council.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And I know you're probably can't discuss too much because of the MOUs and stuff. I mean, we talk about elected officials. I mean, I didn't vote for it last week, but we spend so much time on elected official salaries and trying to get them up to par with neighboring counties or cities, whatever it may be. What do we do for like the workers? I mean, we done it for the sheriff's department. We done it for, I believe, nursing, and so on. Are we going to do this across the board?
So through the chair, Supervisor Rickman, we do review our employees' salaries as their collective bargaining agreements are up.
Right, that's why I didn't want to start bargaining out here, and this is not what the intent is.
Right.
So.
Yeah, so it is when those contracts are up, then we review salaries and we negotiate with those represented unions to determine appropriate salary increases.
All right, I put it, what about knowing, just trying to walk this tightrope here. What we're doing today, what we've done in the last week, and considering the budgets that's coming up here, or next board meeting, can we afford to do that to everybody?
To all employees?
Well, to the bargaining groups, if we're doing it to elected officials, then what about our workers?
Likely that would be a very large check. Certainly would not be able to speak to what that amount would be, but it would be significant increases to bring everybody to market, if that's what you're.
See, and that's what sticks with me. We shouldn't just do it for elected officials. What about the folks with the boots on the ground? And also it should be fair across the board. So just throwing that out there.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. At this time, I'm going to open public comment. Mr. Hagan.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Mike Hakem. I'm appearing for District Attorney Ron Freitas this morning. Mr. Freitas does appreciate the salary increase and the staff time and effort to bring this matter before you this morning. However, it has come to our attention that a number of other counties, the salary for the district attorney is either tied to or adjusted by the similar salary schedule for the county council. The reasoning is that both positions are attorneys only, and the district attorney position usually supervises significantly more staff than the county council does. We need to be mindful that Mr. Freitas has a staff of 300, and San Joaquin County is at the top 5% of violent crimes in the state of California. So it's a pretty heavy lift for Mr. Freitas. And I think in all fairness, the two top cops, so to speak, county council and district attorney ought to have a tie-in some fashion. I did a very cursory review of the other counties, and the following counties either tie in or adjust with county council: El Dorado, Sacramento, San Luis Obispo, Riverside, San Mateo, Ventura, Stanislaus County, Santa Clara, Contra Costa, Alameda, and San Luis Obispo. So with those counties as background that either tie or provide expansion for the district attorney salary over county council, I would respectfully request your consideration today in having a tie to the county council for the reasons stated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment on this item? I see none. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Just one quick question for our county council. What if you're at step 5 and not like we are going to, you're doing a great job, but, we get rid of our county council, we get somebody new, and they start at step 1. So how does that work? I mean, of course, you're not gonna go back on, say, the DA's salary, but say that new county council stays at step 1 for 2 or 3 years, and our DA doesn't get a cost of living increase or or anything, right? Then that's a possibility, correct? Bless you.
Yeah, I would have to, this proposal, I only learned of a few minutes before the meeting began, so I don't, off the top of my head, know what the district attorney, I don't even know if he has steps, to tell you the truth.
Well, if he's tied with you.
Well, if he's tied with
Well,
me.
I guess, I guess we don't have to discuss this now. I guess this
Sure.
is gonna be coming back if the board, goes along with it, but that's one question I'd be eager to know.
Sure, we can look into whatever questions the board might have and come back with that information.
Cool, thank you.
Supervisor Ding.
I think DA Freitas has done one hell of a good job. I respect his counsel. I think we have an amazing team. I don't like this process. One of the things I did like about, and trust me, I took a nice little beating over the week when we did our increases. They were standalone, they were out front, they were in the public eye, and the way government should be run. This kind of bothers me. I don't quite understand. I mean, I still don't know the difference between, there's a lot more questions we have to ask here, but I think to Supervisor Rickman's point, we're piecemealing this, one at a time, and we need to know what the overall budget is. My eye right now is on retention of employees, local hire, making sure that we can get as many employees to the salary ranges they need to be so they stay with us and we're not just a training ground. And it's not saying that the district attorney doesn't deserve more, and maybe he will. Her process still allows for an analysis of that, and we're kind of jumping the gun here without allowing HR to finish their process. So I'd kind of like to stay exactly where we're at right now. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, through the chair. What we're doing is looking at and amending what's proposed. What's proposed right now is a raise as highlighted. We've got accessor, recorder, and county clerk, $42,000 annual impact, or it's 7%. We've got auditor controller at 10% change. The DA that's proposed right now is 5%, sheriff at 1.9%, and treasurer, tax collector, 13% difference. There are proposed changes on the table, and if this wasn't pulled for discussion, if this went through, these changes go into effect. What I did is speak with recent, adjacent counties, and I've got friends in these counties, they're supervisors, and I asked them, just like I've asked about how other areas are structured for salaries, so it's food for thought. How else would we do it? What else could we do? And if you look at, as Mr. Hakem noted, you've got a staff of some 300 attorneys and staff personnel in our district attorney's office, a quite busy office, and other counties have a parallel with the salary being paid to county council. I thought it's worth considering. That's all. It's just part of a discussion. So my proposal would be that we do a separate vote on this, or through the chair, county council, since this is on consent, how would we propose making an approval of what's proposed today for a salary adjustment absent for the district attorney, and we bring back for discussion and possible approval for the district attorney and as amended, as discussed and amended to be tied to the county council's salary.
Well, as I understand your motion, which we don't have a second yet, but as I understand your motion is to amend this proposal, pulling out the district attorney's adjustment in pay and agendize for a later date discussion of tying the district attorney's salary to that of the county council's. And you could either separately vote on item 18 or take it collectively, and when you vote on all of the consent items, it would be as amended. So that's what I understand your motion to be, to pull out the DA's adjustment and leave the other adjustments.
So I can pull that for a separate vote?
You could do it as a separate vote. That's one option, yes.
All right, so Chair, I would like to pull it for a separate vote, so we have a.
Okay, we have a few more speakers before we go to that.
Sure.
Ms. Goodman?
Thank you, Chair Villaputua. Just one other note, if the action today is to be amended, there are actually two different actions that we're requesting. We're requesting, first of all, the adjustments to the specific salaries, and then we're also requesting an amendment to the resolution, which is establishing the tie. So that resolution would also have to be amended. So the language in that resolution specifically asks that the district attorney and the sheriff's salary compensation be tied. And so if we are going to pull the DA out of this, we would need to amend that resolution amendment as well.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Ding.
I just suggestion, I think it'd make it easier. Leave it alone, put it back in, we vote on this up or down as it appears in consent. We can always come back and put on the agenda a separate motion on the DA's salary at the next meeting or the one after that. But that way, everything that's in place, the tie-in, the sheriff, the DA, all the steps that we're done. And then we can come back and we can address the DA's salary separately, tying it to general counsel.
Okay.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to confirm, so we're just, what we're doing here today, we're just tying these salaries to surrounding areas pretty much, correct?
Through the chair, Supervisor Rickman, we are establishing by resolution that it's the intent of the county to maintain tied salary relationships internally. So the assessor, the treasurer tax collector, and the auditor controller would all have comparable salaries.
Okay.
If adjustments are provided in the future, we would still maintain those three. So let's say we did a market survey in 5 years and we found that the auditor controller was behind market and we wanted to adjust the auditor controller, then the treasurer tax collector and the assessor would receive comparable adjustments to maintain that salary tie.
Okay, so we're just making the playing field kind of equal.
Correct.
That's what we're doing here today.
And as I mentioned before, as we were doing this action, we did note that the auditor controller and the DA were behind market, and we felt it was an appropriate time to make those adjustments to bring them to market.
Okay. And my last question is for our CAO is, we have our budget, and it's kind of odd that it's coming right before, week or 2 weeks before we go over all our financials. So how did that look for the budget process and our financials?
Well, for now, each of the departments that these would be impacting, they can absorb the costs. Obviously, they have salary savings with their vacancies, so they can absorb the costs. But I hear you as far as what are we doing across the board, and as Ms. Goodman has pointed out, we do take a look every time we're back at the table. We do take a look as far as equities to make sure all of the positions are up to market. So is it sustainable that everybody across the board and I'm not sure what the increases would be. No, it's not going to be sustainable. But for today, yeah, I would have to say in our what you'll be hearing today, we do have the general purpose.
But yeah, I'm just referring to what's on the agenda today. That's going to affect these departments' internal budget correct? So if they're going to have to absorb it in their departments.
It would be, yes. And as I stated before, they can absorb the cost, but yes, and these are forever, they're in place.
And if we have to during budget crisis and whatever it may be, then we can come up here by resolution and change those. And I just want to reiterate that, hey, we also got to take care of our unelected folks also. So with that being said, I'll yield my time, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. How should we proceed, Ms. Goodman? What do you think? I think we're going to have another motion. You want to propose another motion?
Yeah, so I appreciate Supervisor Ding's, we can go forward as is, what's proposed, and then we can bring this back, have a further conversation with our director, with CAO, and bring back any next discussion or amendment. There's a reason why I pulled it, and I think that there should be a continuity there. And Supervisor Rickman, through the chair, Ms. Goodman, the unrepresented, the electeds, when's the last time they had a salary adjustment? Probably, what was it, 8 or 10 years ago?
Through the chair, Supervisor Patty, the elected officials, they are part of a representation unit called the exempt unit, and they have received cost of living increases. I would have to research for you if specific positions received equities. They
Right,
likely
but since
have this as well.
since we've done this leveling and bringing it back up to market, as you had noted, that's been quite a while since that had been done.
I'd honestly have to research it. I know it certainly hasn't been since 2022. We've not done any equity adjustments since then.
Okay, understood. Just, I know we are fair. We have our bargaining units, and they're represented. We go into closed session, we have discussions, and we are very much aware of, vacancies. We're very much in need of retention and cost of living, and also, the CAO's responsibility to make sure we stay on task. So I don't think we're, going out in the stratosphere here. It's just healthy discussion. So I appreciate it. So Chairman, at this point, I'm not looking to pull this or a separate vote. Just let it go through and consent as is, and then possibly bring back for further discussion. Thank you, Chair.
Perfect. Thank you, Ms. Goodman.
Chair, if you put
Yes.
just one other item related to this. The government code does require that we verbally announce the annual salary of the officials as we adjust them for our department heads. And so I would like to just really quickly read this action. Effective June 17th, 2024, the assessor, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector will each receive an annual salary of $249,423.72. The district attorney will receive an annual salary of $296,825.10. And the sheriff will receive an annual salary of $267,410, which along with his post-certification supplements will tie him to the salary of the district attorney.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 24 on the consent calendar, HSA, approval of 16 First 5 San Joaquin Children and Families Commission agreements for strategic plan areas of child health and development, resilient families, and strong systems for a total of $8,298,067 from July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. Director Woods, good morning.
Chairman, thank you. The reason why I pulled this, Director Woods, I wanted you guys to take and share some of the great values that we are implementing into our county and outreach to youth and families. And this is one of those things on consent that just goes by silently. But First 5 is an amazing program. I was a big fan of Miss Lonnie Schiff, we're fellow New Yorkers, and I appreciate the hard work and steadfast action that this county takes. So I just want to get a little update and perhaps get some information that we're doing through First 5.
Well, thank you, Chair Villapudua, members of the board, Supervisor Patty through the chair. Again, we have Executive Director of First 5 San Joaquin, Marisol Pineda, with us. And I just want to thank Chair Villapudua for his participation as a member of the commission and this board for approving such a wonderful commission. And if I could, there are 16 agreements on this item totaling $8.2 million. And what I want to do is just real quick highlight before Marisela gets into the meat of the presentation is the collaboration and cooperation and strength of the First 5 being under HSA, as well as and really the power of blending funding. So we have not only Proposition 10 funding on this item, but also funding from the California Department of Social Services, First 5 California, Sunlight Giving, Human Services Agency funding, and Public Health Services, as well as American Rescue Plan Act and County Contingency Fund. So it's really a blending of funding to come to fruition to provide some really wonderful outcomes. So Marisol.
Again, thank you for the opportunity. Just to be able to share with you all, today we are bringing forth a number of variety of types of programs, but wanted to lift in the importance of these programs as Director Woods had shared. We do have a variety of funding that is supporting these programs, one of which is our home visiting program. And just to be able to provide some context, our home visiting programs that we provide throughout the county not only focus on our CalWorks families, but we also provide services to other families who are unable to qualify for CalWorks. In addition to that, through our CalWorks funding, we provide housing support. We also provided mental health and substance abuse. The reason that we bring this up is that through these programs and services, we've been able to help stabilize our local families so that they can thrive, and not only them, but also their children. One prime example, through our Housing Works program, we've been able to see one of our family members, we had a family member contact us who was receiving support through our Journey Works program, which is mental health and substance abuse. Through their engagement with our Journey Works program, we were able to also connect them to Housing Works. And not only did they successfully exit our our Journey Works program, but also enter in through housing and get into stabilized homes. So again, not only are these providing the foundation of services for our children, but they're also being able to stabilize our local families so they can then contribute back to the community. Thank you.
And if I could, I would just add that Housing Works is a San Joaquin exclusive program that's implemented here, and we have really wonderful outcomes. So.
Absolutely. Also, through the clerk of the board, I've brought a variety of reports that we'll be able to share with all of you, which details all the outcomes of our programs. Just to note that all of our programs are evaluated. We take a look at the programs that we're servicing to the community, provide evidence-based programs. This last year, we served over 10,000 children. With that, we were also being able to provide them with services such as home visiting, preschool. Through our 2-in-1 network, we were able to get them not only screened through our partners at Family Resource Referral Center, but as you see in today's packet, we have UCP, United Cerebral Palsy, who provides a stopgap service. So meaning if the families are unable to receive referral services, or services for developmental screenings through their local districts, this is an opportunity for them to receive those services as well as referrals to additional services they may need.
Great, go ahead, Mr.
Chairman, I just want to thank you. That's some of the information, statistics, over 10,000 children, and how many families would that be, do you think?
So it's over 10,000 children, 8,000 caregivers, and 400 providers. So we do provide a number of types of services throughout the county, and this is just a snapshot of that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Director Woods, and appreciate coming forward and sharing some information. Put you on the spot a little bit, but it's definitely worth noting. And yeah, great job.
Yeah, well, Marcel, I want to also comment on what a great job you do for First Five and all the children in San Joaquin County. I sit on the board of Director Woods, and it's one of my funnest committees, and I love helping children, and you're doing a great job. Thank you. Anyone else?
Very much.
I see none. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the consent calendar is finished. At this time, we'll set the motion. We got a motion. We have a
Second.
First and a second, we have a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. I did miss the minutes. We have 2 meetings we need to approve, May 14th and May 21st.
Second.
And we have a first and a second. We have a vote, please.
Who was the mover on that motion?
That would be the 5th District,
Supervisor
best
Rick.
district.
About time he did something.
What's that?
About time he did something.
And it is approved, waiting on Supervisor Patty. And we are approved 5-0. At this time, we're going to go into closed session. County Council, is there anything, any announcement to make before we go into closed session?
No announcements to make. I'm anticipating potentially having something to announce out of it.
The board will break for closed session, I would say 30 minutes, would you say?
If we're handling everything, it might be more like 45.
45 minutes, so I'm thinking maybe 11:30 we'll be back. So we'll see you again 11:30. Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting into order. County Council, is there anything to report coming out of closed session?
There is, yes. With regard to the 3 litigation matters on calendar, the board voted by a 5-0 vote to settle all 3 of those. The terms and conditions of those 3 settlements will be made available upon request once all parties have signed the settlement documents. Breaking it down, with regard to Thurston versus San Joaquin County, the motion was made by Supervisor Patty and seconded by Supervisor Canepa. Again, that was a 5-0 vote to settle that suit. With regard to the second lawsuit, which is Foreman versus San Joaquin County, the motion was made by Supervisor Canepa and seconded by Chairman Villapudua. And finally, with regard to San Joaquin General Hospital versus Kaiser, the motion was made by Supervisor Patty and seconded it by Supervisor Canepa. Finally, with regard to the appointment of a county administrator, there was a motion and direction made by Supervisor Ding and seconded by Supervisor Rickman, and by a vote of 5-0, the board gave direction to pursue appointing interim county administrator Sandy Regala as the permanent county administrator. Assuming the contract that is negotiated with Ms. Regala is satisfactory, that will be brought back to the board for a formal appointment at a later board meeting.
Congratulations, Ms. Regalo. Any comment from any board member?
Speech. What a speech from Ms. Regala.
Let's hear it. Yep.
I just want to thank the board. It feels like it was just not long ago when we just had that. So I do want to thank the board, and it's a pleasure working for you all, and I won't let you down, and I appreciate the confidence and all of the support from the board members, my staff, the whole county, and outside organizations, and my family who's out there. They're not, I think they're probably watching maybe, and my husband and both of my kids. They're wonderful, and I'll give a shout out to my daughter. It's her birthday. She works for San Diego County, and happy birthday, Marissa.
Well, congratulations, and I know you're going to do an amazing job, and we're very happy, and we're proud that we got you on board full-time. I mean, as a permanent, I'm sorry. So I think we're good. Supervisor Patty? You want to say something?
Are we going to, is there a new swearing in or just an appointment change?
Contract.
County Council.
We'll be bringing back a contract and making an appointment at that point, and we could do a new swearing in. I don't know that it's necessary. That'll be discretionary, I think.
Okay.
But the appointment will be definitely brought in open session in conjunction with the contract.
All right, well, whether we do it on the swearing in, it's a big deal or not, or give an opportunity to speak then or even now. But Ms. Regala, we appreciate your steadfast leadership at CAO on the interim basis, but you stepped in, bless you. You stepped in, we steadied the county, got great continuity, but more importantly, it was a new dawn. It was a new opportunity. It was a great building of relationships. We've got department heads that have called up each supervisor, and they've noticed differences in the county. So it's appreciated. It really comes from the top down, and we truly appreciate the new day that we all work under. As you know, we've had some changes in the board at times over the years with elections as they change and positions change, but your level and continuity is going to be great for this county. We appreciate you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Supervisor Ding?
Thank you. Yeah, we had to move quickly because we got a call from the Stockton Ports, and they were going to steal you after your day on the mound last week. So
I always thought I didn't throw like a girl, and I saw the video. I was like, oh my goodness, I threw like a girl. So.
you did well. One of the biggest problems we've had in my 1 year and 6 months and 3 days or what have you, but who's counting, it has been communication. And you have drastically changed the face of that. And I'm hearing it from the fire districts. I'm hearing it from my cities. We're all in this together to make San Joaquin County a great and thriving county and a great place to live. And your communication in every aspect and with our partners in government is truly appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, congratulations. I know we talked in closed session about things, but hey, you do a great job. I think everybody who's been watching the board meetings in the last close to 90 days, seen, you know, what she's capable of and the great job that she's doing. You mentioned communication, and as Supervisor Ding mentioned, you know, teamwork. You know, it's not just 5 of us up here. We work very, very closely with our CAO, and she has been just phenomenal. And, you know, we even agreed, I guess it has to be in the contract, but, you know, like you want that red velvet cape to wear up here, and we're cool with it if you know, and maybe it's something different. I don't think anybody, other city manager or CAOs have it, so I look forward to it. Good job.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Vice Chair Canepa.
I just want to say congratulations. I mean, you have to accept the contract first, so we have to get that ironed out. But, I mean, just putting up with me is not the easiest thing to do, but what she does, so when I read the agenda, they pick me off beforehand so I don't embarrass anybody. And it's just amazing that she's already understand where I'm going and the questions that I have, so I want to say thank you for that. An open and transparent government, I think, is what we're all looking for, and I think you bring that. I mean, you listen, you're a great listener, and you're there for people, and you're there for the staff. So I think it's a great day for San Joaquin County to take away the interim, and now you're the full-fledged county administrator, so congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm ready, and I appreciate all of you. Thanks.
Great. Okay, moving on. Thank you, Sandy. So moving on to In-Home Support Services Public Authority. At this time, the board will recess, announce that we will, acting as the governing board of the In-Home Support Services Public Authority, and we will now convene, conduct a public hearing, adopt the 2024-2025 proposed budget for the In-Home Support Services Public Authority effective July 1st, 2024, June 30th, 2025, totaling $9,61,514, and approve the In-Home Support Services Public Authority salary schedules and agreement. It's now open. The floor is yours, sir.
Good morning, Chair Viapato, Supervisors. The IHS Public Authority comes to board every year with a proposed budget based on current regulations and funding levels. The IHSS program is often under proposed changes, but we always go with the current regulations for the purposes of budgeting. Thank you.
Okay.
Under the governor's May revision, there's a proposed increase of PA administrative funding of $2.7 million for a total of $60.25 million. So that would usually trickles down to about an extra $20,000 for our county. If that happens, we can always return to the board to increase the funding. Currently, the proposal is that to eliminate the funding and the Emergency Backup Provider System program, which has been in operation for about 18 months. So they're both eliminating the funding and the mandate to provide the service. And it would not have a significant impact. We only anticipate using about $6,000 of that funding next year. So we're not even close to the level of need in our county for this. So do not anticipate any changes based on that, that elimination if it does happen. Our most significant expense, about 90% of our budget, is provider health care. Currently, providers receive their benefits through a healthcare trust. They get Kaiser Health and Vision and United Healthcare Dental. The plan has an enrollment maximum right now of about 892 people. And there is a wait list of about 327 people. And currently it looks like it's taking people 12 to 15 months to get on healthcare once they're on that wait list. And that's about a 50% increase in the amount of time it has taken in the past to get on. And the size of the wait list increased about 300%. The funding is, we pay a per hour rate, so that budget is based on our estimated hours, IHS hours for next year. Another issue that is significant for our budget this year is provider training. Currently, there is a Career Pathways pilot, which ends this September 30th. We also have training that we provide through an online training platform to providers locally. Our training platform is available to providers 24 hours a day. The lessons are broken down into about 10, 15-minute videos. So they're able to do this anytime they have time. It's great for providers who provide care throughout the day and, evenings, weekends, all that. We've trained about 1,171 providers, and they've completed about 12,782 hours of training. The Care Academy program will end in May unless we find additional funding. And I may have found that funding already, depending on how the state budget plays out, so that we may be able to continue it at least another year or so. Just a brief review of IHSS stats. We're estimating the hours will be about 10.5 million for this year, which is about an 8.4% increase. The number of cases is about 8,200 paid cases and 7,500 paid providers. That's a increase of about 8.5%, which is very close to the hours increase over the previous year. And the paid wages, expect them to be 188 million for this year, which is about 11% increase, which would be consistent with both the growth and the wage increases. And those stats are current through March, so the estimate is made for the remainder of the year. Our budget proposal proposes a budget of $9,061,514, and provider benefits is just about $8 million of that. The total increase for this year over the previous year, this current year, is $255,555. And that's primarily due to the increase in hours for provider benefits. A small amount of change in salaries due to our salaries are linked to specific county classes. So when those classes get increases, we get the same increase. And that's only for the purpose of salaries. Everything else is separate. And this was something we implemented years ago to avoid having to do studies and things like that. So we do have some savings in services and supplies that offset the additional about $22,000 in salaries and benefits. So with that, I'll request that, be happy to take any questions and request that the board open a public hearing.
Any questions from the board? I see none. I'm going to open the public hearing. You'll have 3 minutes for a comment if you'd like to come forward. Public hearing is now open. Anyone like to speak? Anyone like to come forward? I see none. I'm going to close the public comment, bring it back for a final, any questions from the board? I see none. I'll accept the motion this time.
Second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the meeting is agreed on 5-0. At this time, we're going to adjourn the in-home support service public authority, and we will reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. Next is our scheduled morning public hearing. From the Auditor's Office to conduct a public hearing for the establishment of a Proposition 4 appropriation limits for the county and special districts 2024-2025. Auditor Controller Jeff Wildekamp.
Good morning, Chairman Villapudua, members of the board. Jeff Woolcamp, County Auditor Controller, and I'm here to make a brief review of the county's Proposition 4 spending limit for the upcoming fiscal year 24-25. Proposition 4 is also known as the GAN limit, was approved by voters in 1979. It amended the California Constitution to limit the growth in appropriations made by state and local governments. This limit in the rate of growth is a factor calculated by the percentage change in the California Cost of Living Index and the percentage change in the county population. For fiscal year 24-25, the state cost of living increase is 3.62%, and the county population increase is 1.19%, for a combined limit growth factor of 4.85%. This combined growth factor is applied to the current year's adopted limit to come to the new fiscal year's limit. My office has calculated the county's Proposition 4 limit for fiscal year 24-25 at just over $874 million. This represents the maximum appropriations for the county that can be financed by proceeds of property taxes. The term proceeds of property taxes includes revenues from property taxes, franchises, homeowners and Williamson Act subventions, and related interest income. It does not include revenues from sales and use taxes, licenses, permits, grants, or any other services. The 24-25 proposed budget proceeds of property taxes is estimated to be around $375 million, which will be well below the calculated limit even after including subventions passed down by the state. With that, I'd like to conclude this brief presentation and take any questions from the board, and then request we open the public hearing for any comments.
Any questions from the board? I see none. I'm going to open the public forum. Please come forward if you have any questions. 3 minutes. Okay. I see no one. I will close the public comment. Bring it back to the board for any final motions or questions.
Move to approve.
We got a motion to approve. Is there a second? We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. The motion passes 5-0. Sir, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 2, the CAO's office. Conduct a public hearing and approval of fiscal year 2024-2025 county fee revisions for the Agricultural Commissioner, Community Development, Environmental Health, General Services, Parks and Recreation, Behavioral Health Services, Emergency Medical Services, Public Guardian Conservator, Public Health, Public Works, and San Joaquin General Hospital and Sheriff's Office. Sarah, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning, Chairman Villapudua, members of the board. Sarah Stickler, Deputy County Administrator. This morning, it's still morning for a few more minutes, the board will be asked to conduct a public hearing to consider the various fee revisions. The purpose of the public hearing is to hear and to take public comments regarding the proposed fee revisions. The state has distinguished between general public services and special public services. Examples of general public services would be jail, welfare, and certain health programs. General public services are funded from general revenues such as property and sales taxes and are distinguished from special public services by who benefits, either the general public or parties such as private individuals, businesses, or other government entities. Examples of special or user beneficial public services would be those that were related to property development, conducting a business, animal ownership, or individual health care costs, such as those provided by public health or behavioral health. Special public services are funded by special revenues such as user fees, license fees, and penalty assessment. These fees are distinguished to cover costs associated with providing user-initiated activities. The amount of these fees is intended to maintain service levels expected by the service recipient without shifting the cost to the general taxpayers. If these fees are not adequate to cover the cost of providing the services, then that service is subsidized by the general fund. In conformance with California Constitution, Article 13, Section 1, the fee amounts are no more than is necessary to cover the reasonable cost of the activity, and the manner in which the costs are allocated bear a reasonable relationship to the benefits received from the activity. 9 departments are recommending revisions to certain fees, primarily due to increased operating costs associated with the delivery of specific services. Notices of public hearing were published to local newspapers on May 23rd and May 30th of 2024. Copies of the departmental board letters have been made available for public view at the office of the clerk of the board. Fee revisions totaling approximately $4.6 million are proposed by the Agricultural Commissioner Sealer, Community Development Department, Environmental Health, General Services, Parks and Recreation, Healthcare Services, and under Healthcare Services, we have Behavioral Health Services, Emergency Medical Services, Public Guardian Conservator, Public Health Services. Then we'll have Public Works, the San Joaquin General Hospital, and the Sheriff's Office. Upon opening the public hearing, I will provide a brief summary of each department's proposed fee revision, and departmental representatives are available to respond to any questions your board. It is recommended that following each departmental fee summary, the public be allowed the opportunity to comment on that department's proposed fee revision. Your board might want to revise the fee at the conclusion of each departmental fee summary. Once public comments have been taken, the board comments have been made, it would be appropriate for the board to take action on that department's requested fee revision. Or the board may take action on all proposed fee revisions following the last departmental presentation. Chairman Villapudua, at this time, it would be appropriate to open the fee hearing and to hear the first department and take public comments on that item.
Great, thank you. I'll open the public comment. Anyone would like to come forward, ask any questions? I see none. I'm going to close public comment. Bring it back to the board. Any questions or accept the motion at this time? We have a question from Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Is there any fees that are going down?
No.
You know, I know we discuss this every year. It just seems like, you know, fees are always going up and never going down. And it gets frustrating. You know, we talked about the cost of living the way it is now with increased gas and groceries and stuff. And the thing that drives me crazy is, you know, if it's $1 or 50 cents, oh, it's only $1, it's only 50 cents, or it's only $10. But I mean, if everybody does it, I mean, my God, the state of California, I mean, when I go to Sacramento, I leave my wallet in my truck because God knows what you're going to take from me. But on the other side of it, if we don't do it, then it comes out of our general fund. So, and then they're getting us one way or another, pretty much.
And through the chair, Supervisor Rickman, I misspoke. There is a technology fee that is going from 1% to 0.5%.
Well, better than nothing. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just real briefly, there is a methodology to the fee structures that if there's a raise, we do, I believe our auditor's department works through this process for us to do a clear evaluation because by law, we're not allowed to charge more than what our actual costs are. Is that correct?
Through the chair, Supervisor Petty, that is correct. We cannot charge more than the actual cost of providing the service.
Okay, and I appreciate it. You know, the auditors, they are very methodical in their approach. But it does bring up the question, as Supervisor Rickman points out, I mean, there is instances where we are automating, where we are, you know, utilizing technologies that may be less man hours or man and women hours, staff hours. Is that ever taken into effect where we can look and say, hey, we've made this investment and we're able to lower our fees because we're far more efficient and effective with not only time, but the resources utilized?
I cannot speak to a specific fee in that manner, but I assume that that is taken into account. I think that people are expensive, and as salaries go, the cost of providing the services increases as salaries increase, and that would account for the majority of the increases in fees.
Okay, I just want to get out that we do audit it and we do review this. So thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Canepa.
I just have one question. So like for the Parks and Rec stuff, is it based on usage? Because I mean, like some of the fees went up like 100. I mean, you know, how does that number come? How do you come about that number?
So for the Parks and Rec fees, and I think that Judy is here to answer specific questions. Here she comes.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors, CAO, Judy Vassbinder, Parks and Rec. When it comes to our fees, you'll see some that are like $25, some are $50. Most of that is because it's based on labor hours for reimbursable costs. So if we have a smaller shelter, it takes us less time to re-clean it, flip it, and it takes less materials, trash, household cleaning supplies, and that kind of stuff. So that's why it's on the smaller shelters, it's cheaper than on the larger or like the auditorium.
Okay, perfect. So okay, because I was just out the Catfish Derby, and so then you bill those hours back.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
I see no other speakers. Any motions at this time? Did you have any more? Are you done?
Through the chair, I have one more quick question. When it comes to park and recreation, I know there's been some recent conversations, going to be asks to maybe bring in additional staff through general services, but it's been brought up that some of our parks we go to and they're in extreme disrepair. Weeds everywhere, in the past, complete dead grass, which could be drought related, I understand. But I see some parks that are well maintained, and I see other parks that were in complete and total disrepair in different parts of our town. So as we're raising fees, what are we doing to improve our services, and what's the correlation here?
The correlation for these fees is the reimbursables of the actual rentals and the shelters that are being done. So if somebody is renting the Delta shelter or the auditorium, it's just going back to reimburse the cost to staff to prepare, monitor, and do all those kind of stuff for that specific shelter. Those are directly correlated to those fees and that shelter. Anything beyond that, a community service area, anything like that, that is a completely separate budget style because these are just reimbursables for these fees.
Okay, understood. Thank you, because we'll have a conversation further. In particular, our soccer fields have come to my attention, the disrepair out there. So thank you.
County Minister Regallo.
Through the chair, I just wanted to add a little bit to Supervisor Patty's question. You'll see during the budget presentation, there are some additional FTEs, part-time FTEs for the parks. So you'll hear that.
Supervisor Rickman.
I pulled a Sandy there for a second. I'm going to give you a bad time now that you're permanent. We're talking about parks and recreation, and it must be nice to have a park in your district, but I digress. What if, because of the increase, it doesn't sound a lot, $100, but times are tough. So what if our rental goes down and we're actually losing money, correct? I guess I should be focusing right here.
Are you asking, sorry.
So I'm just saying, we raise fees to cover costs, but if these fees are raised, for example, again, this isn't my district, but, for example, there's a $300 increase for memorial building, so if the rental decrease because of the fee increase, so aren't we actually losing money in the long run?
Through the chair, we did an extensive research for areas in our surrounding area, City of Lodi, City of Manteca, Stockton, and looked also at their fees. And we are very competitive to their fees, and we're actually still a lot lower on some of them. So I don't feel that it's going to be a representation of what's going to happen with these fee increases. I don't believe we're going to lose any rental scheduling due to an increase. I believe we're still competitive, and we're still, like I said, under comparables in our community.
And we're talking about, the reason for the fee increase, pay increases, whatever it may be, but isn't it inflation and stuff beyond our control, correct?
Correct. It's COLA increases. It's what we call household supplies, which is just normal increases cost of supplies, trash bags, cleaning supplies, all that information, water, power, all of that is as part of these analysis that we look at our fees.
So if the inflation goes down with these, you would kind of presume that these fees would go down, correct?
If prices go down.
Yeah, all right. But it just never seems to go down.
Unfortunately, that's...
Yeah, I don't know. And it's, all right. I guess I can rant and rave up here about fees all day, but that's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Canepa.
Sorry, I have one follow-up question. So like with Mickey's Grove Golf Link, because somebody had brought some questions forward about that. So then do we make sure that there's not any price gouging there, or we just lease it to them and say, here it is, do you do? Because somebody was saying that some of the prices for seniors, you had to join the club to get the discounted pricing, and they weren't happy, and they went out for Labor Day, and another one was at Stockton, which isn't our problem, but I mean, they raised the senior rate on the holiday like $90, and so what do we do to protect those classes of people that are taxpayers that are going to these leased properties, and who reviews that?
The lease property, the Mickey Grove Golf Links, our lease contract for concessionaire services, we do not get into their business model.
Okay.
So we receive revenue off a portion, we receive percentage off their revenue.
Okay.
Is how our lease with Mickey Grove's Golf Link is scheduled. We have a flat rate every month, and then we get to receive anywhere from 1 to 2 to 3% of their gross revenue. The higher gross revenue they make, the more that they pay for to Mickey Grove. Actually, it goes into the fund. So we don't get into their business model.
So any complaints or concerns, forward them to them?
That's their,
Okay.
correct.
Perfect, thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Next question, last one. I was gonna say I promise, but every time I look at it, something perks up. The paramedic training application, who do I talk to about that? Mr. Diedrich. So, when we're talking about just an application, like a piece of paper you fill out, correct? Because how does it go up? What is it, paramedic? Almost $2,000.
So Supervisor Rickman, through the chair, Greg Dietrich, Director of Healthcare Services. This is a methodology that was approved by the Auditor Controller.
Right,
about
I
4 years ago.
understand I understand all that stuff,
So
but I'm just asking you as our EMS guy, how does it go up almost $2,000 for an application?
So primarily this is labor. There's going to be a 4% COLA.
So somebody look
effective-
at the paper?
A lot of people looking at the paper, but I would comment that last year in support of Delta Community College, we waived their application fee for their EMT training program because we had some excess revenue within the
Well,
department.
the reason I'm asking is everybody knows we're suffering from a paramedic shortage. So how does that benefit this county when we bump it up, $2,000? And hey, I know some paramedics that are going or just went through the program, and they're not firefighters. They don't have tons of money, and yet we need these positions, yet we're charging more.
So the EMS agency stood up a paramedic training program by itself with NCTI. The first cohort started training at the Ag Center about 2 months ago. We'll have a second cohort this fall. And
Right,
then-
I don't need, I'm
Oh,
sorry to
but
interrupt you,
I'm saying-
Mr. I don't need to know the whole history of it. I just want to know, what I just said. We're suffering from a shortage. We need paramedics. People are, like I mentioned, groceries, gas, and God knows what the state of California is going to give us. So with all that so how is this helping us to recruit folks to become paramedics?
So with that program, there are 16 paramedics in each of the rotations. We will bring that in-house completely in partnership with Delta Community College when we're anticipating a new EMS facility being brought online in the next 18 months. But via that program, these individuals have to be essentially EMTs or other first responders within the community that have to go through that program. That program is being subsidized, and that's how we are supporting not only our fire departments, but also our transport providers to grow them and keep them here.
Yeah, EMT, that's almost $800, right? Increase. Am I reading this correct?
For the training program?
Application. Application, I'm just thinking of an application, like an application that everybody fills out, my name and whatever it may be, and I fill out all the boxes and I turn it in, I gotta pay $800 more.
Well, after that, there's a lot of due diligence going and working with the program, monitoring the curriculum. It's an ongoing
But that's
process.
a separate fee. Monitoring, that went up, like $500.
And as mentioned last year, we supported by waiving the fee for Delta Community College. For
I'll stop it there. I just don't see the correlation. I mean, mostly when we're, we need paramedics to, I mean, I don't know if it's a statewide shortage. It is, correct?
Definitely is.
And hey, I've dealt with fires this whole weekend, and that was what I was doing this whole weekend out there on the Crow Hollow fire. And, something like that, we need to make sure we have trained folks out there. And I think it kind of just does the opposite of that. But with that being said, Mr. Dietrich, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair, for yours.
Thank
and
you.
I'll yield it.
County Administrator Regallo.
Yes, through the chair. I just wanted to say it might assist the board if we allow Ms. Sickler to complete her presentation, because she'll go over each of these, and then you might have other questions.
Thank you. The first department in the presentation is the Agricultural Commissioner Sealer, and the Agricultural Commissioner Sealer is proposing is proposing an increase to the agricultural inspection and certifications fee, weights and measures inspections, and registration fees from $118.48 per hour to $133.65 per hour to close the gap between the actual inspection costs and the generated revenue. They are also proposing an increase rates for device inspections and registration listed on the slide above. This is all for the Agricultural Commissioner. If you guys have any questions.
Any questions from the board? I see none.
We'll move forward with Community Development Department. Community Development Department is proposing to adjust the building permit fee schedule to increase the information technology recovery fee from 6.5% to 9% and decrease, Supervisor Rickman, this is our one decrease, the imaging technology fee from 1% to 0.5%. They're also revising the planning application fee schedule in accordance with Attachment B, and that is attached to the board letter. It was extensive, 10 pages, so we won't include it in this presentation. But if you're interested, it is available to the public. And increase the code enforcement administrative cost recovery fee from 26% to 100% cost recovery. Moving forward to the Environmental Health Department, they are proposing an increase in the hourly fee from the Environmental Health Department, hourly fee from $162 an hour to $172 per hour for inspection, document and plan review, and consultation services. An increase in California Environmental Protection Agency state unified program surcharges evaluated and adjusted by the Secretary of Cal EPA. The California Accidental Release Program annual per regulated business surcharge increase from $270 to $370, and the Hazardous Material Business Plan annual per regulated business surcharge an increase from $84 to $94. Next, we have the General Service Department, and the General Service Department is proposing to establish a fee schedule for the use of county electric vehicle surcharge stations, and the rates are up on the slide above. Under GSD, we have Parks and Recreation, and they are increasing the following facility rental fees, and this is due to an increase in labor utility costs. The GSD Division of Parks and Recreation is proposing the following increases related to facility rentals to cover the cost of providing these services. Next, we have Healthcare Service Agency, and they are proposing authorizing the Director of Healthcare Services for the period ending June 30th, 2025, to adjust the rates and charges to reflect fluctuations in the average cost of providing services or supplies, and to conform with the level of reimbursement allowed under Medi-Cal and Medicare guidelines, and authorize the Director of Healthcare Services for the period ending June 30th, 2025, to set the rates and fees previously unestablished for services or supplies that reflect the average cost of those services or supplies pending next fiscal year's hearing. Emergency Medical Services is proposing to increase the majority of their fees by 4% to maintain parity with the rising cost of providing services. The Public Guardian Conservator is proposing authorizing the Director of Healthcare Services to adjust representative payee fees when notified of a change to the maximum allowed fee set by the Social Security Administration for 24-25. Public Health Services is proposing adjusting laboratory fees based on changes in laboratory procedures, frequency, testing volumes, salary and benefits, and supply cost increases when applicable, and authorizing the Director of Healthcare Service to adjust rates and charges for the period ending June 30th, 2025 to reflect fluctuations in the average cost of providing services or supplies and conform to the levels of reimbursement under Medi-Cal and Medicare guidelines. In addition, authorizing the Director of Healthcare Services for the period ending June 30th, 2025 to set fees previously unestablished for services or supplies that reflect the average cost of those services or supplies pending next year's fiscal hearing. Public Works is proposing to increase 15 fee items at an average of 16.6% to achieve cost recovery. San Joaquin General Hospital is proposing an increase to room rates and other charges by approximately 5%. At the San Joaquin General Hospital and clinics operated by the San Joaquin General Hospital effective July 1st, 2024, and authorize the San Joaquin General Hospital CEO for the period ending June 30th, 2025 to adjust the rates and charges to reflect the fluctuation in the average cost of providing the services and supplies to conform with levels of reimbursement allowed under the Medi-Cal and Medicare guidelines. In addition, authorize the San Joaquin General Hospital CEO for the period ending June 30th, 2025 to set fees previously unestablished for services or supplies that reflect the average cost of those services or supplies pending next year's fiscal year's hearing. And finally, the Sheriff's is proposing an increase to the jail access fee from $527.65 to $582.30, and increasing the booking fee for arresting agencies from $142 to $144. In conclusion, the county administrators is recommending that the requested fee revisions totaling approximately $4.55 million be approved, and increased revenue be approved by your board. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. Any questions from the board? I see none. At this time, we'll accept the motion.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. The motion passes 3-2. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to discussion items. District 2, consider revising direction to staff regarding implementation of the Senate Bill 1383 compliant residential waste collection contract for Refuse Service Area C, all districts. Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, when we decided to do this about the garbage and SB 1383, there was some questions on where we're going, how we're getting there, to try and bring Area C back into alignment with the City of Stockton's rates. So I think, Fritz, I don't know who, David Tolliver, if you could please come forward, help with this discussion item on where we're going, how we're going? Do you need longer time to negotiate with Republic and kind of best steps going forward so that we can come to some kind of reasonableness on how we're doing this and where we're going to go? So the floor is yours, gentlemen.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Through the chair, I'll turn the presentation over to David Tolliver at this point to outline our basic roadmap going forward.
David Tolliver, Deputy Director, Public Works Department. Good morning or good afternoon. Our focus now is on three important items. One is to implement the services mandated by the state. Two is equalize the rates between the city and the county in each zone. And three is to aim to start these services in early 2025, hopefully January 1st, but perhaps April 1st, depending on how the negotiations go. We've been working with the haulers on an amend and extend process. We had some discussion at our last board meeting regarding Area C, which is the city of Stockton area. And we had continuing discussions with the haulers in that area, the hauler in that area. Supervisor Canepa reached out and asked us to provide a little bit more input, and so we've done that. And here we are today to offer a reconsideration. We believe moving forward with an amend and extend process across all of the zones. We believe moving toward having an amend and extend process throughout all of the zones will allow the negotiations to continue with all parties. And our expectation, our hope, is that we would be back to the board with contracts for your consideration in September of this year.
Well done. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. And someone's going to have to, this whole conversation started discussing the North County landfill, where a contract hasn't been negotiated since the late 60s, and then we wound up going into garbage companies. So at some point, I want to know what happened to the landfill conversation, because I could barely remember yesterday, let alone 2 months ago. My original motion here, what was that, last month, was to put all the contracts out for bid, which I didn't get a second on. That's fine. And I truly do understand, Supervisor Canepa, your reluctance to send this out to an RFP because the state of California is, first off, I don't believe the state of California, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe for the first time in the history of the state since 1851, then they'll actually follow through on what they say they're going to do. I don't see any way they place these regulations on local government and the haulers within the time that they're looking at doing right now. It's just not even going to happen. I mean, with the amount of locals that are being cited because people are throwing crap into their garbage cans and they're getting notices of violation. There's so much to deal with here. I think foremost, and as Supervisor Rickman just pointed out with the fee schedules, I mean, everything is going up, everything. And we can't just say, let's, renegotiate with the same. We've got to do everything in our power, and I know it's more work, but we need to throw this stuff out for bid. We don't know what, what the competition holds. So I think I'm going to have to oppose this motion, and I'd like to see it actually go back and send them all out to bid. But I think we owe that to the ratepayers. This is not, just so you know, if you look at this District C, it really is the cash cow of Waste Hall in San Joaquin County, because you have all the residential. It's pretty easy pickup routes for consolidation. So it would probably be the most profitable and most interest for other haulers to step in. I was also surprised at how large the map actually is. It includes, Linden, Murata. I mean, it's a big section. So I'm going to have to side with the ratepayers on this and say we need to put it out to bid.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. If I remember correctly, Supervisor Ding and I are both same age, so some memories might fail us a bit. But last time we had this on the agenda, we said upon review, if anybody's rates were, and that's where I want to remember, where were we on that? To trigger an RFP. Do you remember what our direction was from the board?
Yes, through the chair, Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. The board's direction, and we've reviewed it closely because it was a very lengthy discussion, I think the better part of 2 hours, was to compare the current rates. And if the county was providing or charging higher rates for providing fewer services, then that would trigger a request for a proposals process.
Okay, and that's why we narrowed it into C. The other.
And that applied, just to be clear, that applied to Area C only. The other 5 areas, the direction was to continue to negotiate amendments and extensions to those contracts.
Understood. And how is that going? Those amendments and extensions?
So far, those discussions are proceeding as we'd hoped and on track. And as Mr. Tolliver mentioned, we are anticipating bringing contracts back for board consideration in September.
Okay, great. So between when we gave direction and today, what's changed? Why is this back in front of us?
Nothing has changed. Fundamentally, my understanding is the hauler was concerned that we had stopped negotiations because of the board's direction. We had intended to initiate an RFP process, and that vendor had reached out to Supervisor Canepa, and I believe that's what triggered his recommendation to revisit that direction.
Okay, and through the chair, I just ask him, perhaps it's Supervisor Canepa, but have you re-engaged and had conversation with the hauler and feel there's just cause for us to pause? Because, time is critical. We don't want to go 2 months, 5 months, 6 months, 8 months later. It's like, oh, yes, things kind of changed and it didn't quite work out. And we now, we took a leap of faith and the negotiations didn't work out.
Right.
Nothing's changed, but yet we have to swallow it because here we are.
No, understood. Mr. Tolliver has had some conversations with that particular hauler since the board meeting, and I'll let him speak to that.
Sure. We've had discussions with all of the haulers throughout this process, starting in February when we discussed the foothill operations contract at the landfill. That put a pause on all of the negotiations, mostly because we had conversations with county council about, we were going into a rate negotiation, and that's pretty sensitive information for folks to be sharing when the direction from the board was a little uncertain. And so since our last meeting, we've re-engaged with all of our haulers. We've started the process of amending and extending the contracts. And again, the timeline about having something for you to review, again, with the considerations that I laid out in the beginning, with those elements in place, we're on track for September delivery to the board.
Understood. And by the way, I want to just pause for a moment, but I want to compliment Mr. Tolliver and Mr. Buckman, that you guys both are very steadfast on this. You know we need continuity. We want to have these things in place. We do have a landfill, we do have collection services, and we've got a very diverse county. So as we focus and narrow in on the like services in the city of Stockton, which does affect more than just Supervisor Canepa's district, it is throughout the county. For I think many of us touch part of this service area. So since we're talking about rates and we're comparing like for like in this service district C, area C, do we feel as though there's a willingness, and if there's the carrier or collecting agency is looking to match and go service for service, dollar for dollar with the city of Stockton, where we're finding this disparity? What lends us to believe that we something's going to be different here.
Yeah, we've had indications from the hauler that they are willing to sharpen their pencils, and they're aware of the board's discussion regarding Area C, and they are willing to sharpen their pencil and have those discussions. With the September timeframe we're looking at, if the board chooses to say, no, we're not going to accept this extension, we want you to go through an RFP, there's still time to do that and allow a reasonable transition period for a new vendor if one is selected. In fact, the board could do that for any of the 6 contracts that'll be presented to it in September.
Understood. And then finishing up, Chairman, just switching back over through the chair to Vice Chair Canepa. Is it your belief and indication that if this, largely your service area in the city of Stockton, if they're going dollar for dollar, service for service, similar to what they're offering in the city, is that where you're wanting this to go and you feel that would best serve your constituents?
Well, that was the intent. So I mean, I want to commend Public Works because obviously they got with legal counsel and said, hey, this is not where the board direction was going to further negotiate. So I want to commend you on that. So that's why they stopped, is because what our original intent was to, hey, if it's not fair and equitable, then we're going back out. This is just opening up a window to allow them some more days just to give due diligence. It's obviously given us leverage because they know where we're at and where we need to be. So for me, I mean, it's really important that we get to the neighborhood thing where they're paying the same price. And I think that's pretty much been what I've been after. So that's why I don't know if we needed to set a timeline on it or what you guys at Public Works to allow, 30 to 60 days of more negotiating time to open the door for them in order to get them to sharpen their pencils so that next time when they all go out for RFP, then it's fair and equitable and the 1383 thing is being addressed at the same time. And I think that's, I don't want to strap it on staff, to increase the timelines and then not let them have their due diligence. So that was kind of a win-win by bringing this back so that, we could possibly get there before the September timeline. So that's where I'm at.
Well, finishing up, just Chair. So for clarity, though, I believe we are not in a weak position because the rates are known. So if the hauler wants to come here and come to the table and offer service for service, dollar for dollar, including franchise fee to the county, I'd be interested in finding out more about that, but I don't think it's 60 days from now. It's either they step up and they might be here to speak. I think there's a representative of people here that will speak on this effect. So I'll yield my time. Thank you, Chairman.
For me, how we get to the conclusion is fine. I mean, there's going to be different routes, so
Right.
that's what this is allowing, different routes.
Well, I have a question, Mr. Tolliver. So as far as Area C, I believe District 1 has the most residents. Is that correct?
I'm unsure exactly how it breaks down,
I
but
looked at the maps.
Right.
I figured out that I think I have the most residents who are, paying the most rates.
Correct.
Of Area C. So I think it's fair just to my ratepayers that they go out for RFP. I understand that, they want them to renegotiate, but in all fairness to all the residents, they should have the right to get the best rate. And I think that the best way to do it is to go out to RFP. So that's what I'm saying. I know Supervisor Campbell has a few residents, but I think I have more.
I will definitely hand it off to you if you'd like,
No,
if
that's
you'd
what I'm
like to
saying.
lead this.
Yeah. So anyways, Supervisor Ding, you had a comment or a question?
I'm really appreciating you right now, Chairman. So that was my original motion.
Right.
A month ago, and maybe I didn't articulate exactly what I wanted to do but to put them all out there for RFP. I just, once again, and I'm sensitive that you got a pinhole problem, but this district is so much larger than that. The other thing, the problem is when you have a company, and a very reputable company, and I'm not trying to disparage the current carrier in any way, but when you haven't went out for an RFP for so long, and then you challenge and you kind of make us do our homework, there's things that we notice. it's not just going out for the RFP and on a rate, what services have they provided in the past? What did they follow through on? Have the new containers been delivered to all the residents that were promised over the last couple of years, which is in dispute? There's a lot more to it. And that's why due diligence, and I agree, Mr. Chairman, they need to be sent out for an RFP. And there's never a good time. I mean, what was it, North County landfill, 1967? I guess we haven't had a good time to do this in the last 70 years. There's never gonna be a good time. But we owe it to the ratepayers, and I think we need to do this. So, in all due respect to Supervisor Canepa, I think you're doing this for the right reason, and looking at a solution. But I think we do it a way it's quite frankly harder. But at the end of the day, with the prices going up the way they are, we got to make some tough choices, and it's going to take a little elbow grease.
Okay, if I see no other questions, I'm going to open the public comment forum. You have 3 minutes. Please come forward. Mike Hagel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Mike Hakem, appearing for Republic Services. With me today are General Manager Kelly Johansson, Vice President Anthony Mann, Director of Sales Mr. Emanuel, and Sales Manager Seema Thompson. First and foremost, and very sincerely, we apologize to this board and the staff for not appearing and participating in the April 23rd hearing regarding 1383. There has been discipline for that event that's happened, and I just want to confirm that to the board, that we don't take it lightly that we weren't here then, and discipline has been administered on that score. We would like to seriously make amends by seeking to match the City of Stockton's residential package for Area C, so that San Joaquin County residents in Area C have an equal and competitive service plan, and that is, Supervisor Patty, dollar for dollar. That's our goal, to bring that package to the county through staff if we're given the opportunity. And we respectfully request a short 60-day period to bring that to staff, dollar for dollar, equal service package, benefits to the county that the city currently has. We'll do our very best to bring that to you in the next 60 days and give this board an opportunity to maintain their adverse risk, if you will, for 1383, and to find resolution for Area C. And I make that commitment. I've been around for a while, and I make that commitment in good faith after talking to my clients very candidly and very effectively on what their task is. They've accepted that responsibility. So I represent that to you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward?
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Basso. It's a pleasure always to be in front of this board. It feels a bit like deja vu, but as we've been here before on this. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Our county residents win through competition. Only competition will ensure our residents get the highest level of service for the best rates. It's undisputed that after 42 years without competition, the rates charged to our county residents are off the charts high. It's also clear that the service levels are about half of the services provided literally across the street in the city of Stockton by the same company. Removing the taxes on average, the county rate is over 30% or $12 per month higher than in the city of Stockton with less services. And the county does not have 3 carts collection. They have 1 cart collected weekly and a recycling basket collected every other week. Nor does the county be provided street sweeping services as the city of Stockton does. If the county rates were equal to the city of Stockton rates, the Stockton fee or the county fees, just in Area C, our residents would have an additional $2.8 million a year of disposable income to be spent right here in San Joaquin County. At the April 23rd meeting, this board wisely voted 5-0 to direct Area C to a competitive RFP process if the rates exceeded those in the city of Stockton when you remove the taxes. It has been determined that RFP is warranted.
Now, just 6 weeks after this board made a very transparent decision to allow competition into a process that has not seen competition in over 42 years, you are being asked to change the game and eliminate the competitive process. 7 times over 42 years, competition has been eliminated and extensions have been negotiated to this contract, which have costed the residents nearly $3 million a year. As Supervisor Rickman asked in the previous presentation, when do rates go down? The last year, the county's household residential trash rates actually went down were in 1982, following an RFP process. You are on the path to do that again, to see rates go down. I'm proud to say that in April, you chose competition, which is a huge win for the 19,000 county households by ensuring a lower cost to each household. Do not change that decision. And time is crucial. You are already in a corner on an RFP. Burn another 30 days.
Clerk of the board, can we give Mr. Bosso 2 more minutes?
I'm wrapping up.
Okay.
Burn another 30 days and you will continue to back yourself further into that corner. I urge this board to stay firm on your 5-0 decision and move forward with a competitive RFP process to ensure our residents win. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. My name is Dave Vaccarezza. I'm a third-generation trash guy here in this county, and when I was 23 years old, I bid this contract, and I lost it. I've been waiting 42 years to come back. How much longer I gotta wait? I got another generation out here that wants to show you how it can get done. Okay, these guys are here. They missed the date. Okay, you're talking about transparency. You're changing your direction in the middle. None of the public knew we were changing direction. I'm preparing to this thing going out to bid. Talk about time. We have to order trucks. Okay, this is not the conventional world anymore. This is 1389. It's the day of CARB. Okay, we've got to find electric trucks for this job. Okay, that's not going to be a 6-month wait for those trucks. If we're going to approach this the whole way properly with the right trucks, the right equipment, you need to put this out to bid. This cherry has been out there for 42 years, and you haven't put it out to bid once. This company has changed hands 3 times. You haven't put it out to bid once. The landfill, 1965, I was 11 years old in the Boy Scouts when that thing went out. What are we waiting for? We got talent right here. Okay, my days are gone. My days of being able to contribute to you are gone. The good days are with my sons that are going to be able to do that for you. But you've got this pretty locked up for 42 years. Talk about free competition. You talk about services. The city of Stockton is still waiting for their carts to be delivered for the 3-cart system they were supposed to have 3 years ago. Republic Waste Management. These guys are from Chicago. They're from Houston. They're not from this town. You got Kevin Bosso. You got myself. You got Torpedoes. You got Jiltons. Why don't we keep our dollars right here at home? You want to send them to Houston? You want to send them to Chicago? Go ahead and do it. But you're not doing service to the people in this community, and you're letting this shitty service get by. Excuse my language, gentlemen, but I think it's time you stepped up and face the fiddler here. Step up and stand by what you said, Patty. Stand by free enterprise here. Let this thing pan out. Open this thing up. This is for our benefit, not Republic's. And I've been around a little bit time too, Mr. Haken. Thank you.
Anyone else like to address the board? I see none. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. Any comments from supervisors? Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, Mr. Vaccarezza, are you pointing your finger at me like I accusatory, like I did something wrong? Or are you just being passionate about what you speak? We're both Italian, and I get it, but if it looks like you're pointing your finger at me like I've done something wrong when I'm doing my job, having a conversation. So let's have a little clarity here.
I apologize if you took it that way. I'm just saying,
all of you, you need to stick by what you said. Last time you were here and talked about free enterprise, and I think you need to stick to it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I heard last time, and if you want to change it, okay, but tell everybody you're changing that. That's all.
So for clarity, nobody's changed anything. I asked our
Good.
department head, I spoke with Supervisor Canepa about what's different and what has changed, if anything. So I appreciate you coming in and being impassioned, and I appreciate your local business, as I'm a local business owner as well. So I understand that, but sir, thank you. But that to me is not going to carry water. Thank you.
Great. Anyone else like to speak? Okay, any supervisor, I'm sorry.
So
Supervisor Canepa.
when was all of these, when were they supposed to go out to bid, the RFP? That's not, all of these weren't coming up for full RFP. That's coming in the future, correct? That was,
Well,
so,
yeah, the contract.
so us doing this brought it before its time. So when are all these contracts up?
Yeah, the hauler contracts for all 6 areas expire at the end of 2025, so roughly 18 months from now.
So theoretically, what we did was ask for an RFP before they're due, right, in 2025?
The board could have directed that we go out for RFP on all of them. We had proposed initially, in the interest of staying as close to as possible to our compliance plan for SB 1383. We go to use an amend and extend approach, and the reason for the extension, as we discussed at length last time, was to allow some time to amortize the capital costs that are going to be required for these SB 1383 compliant contracts. Because if you just amended the contracts for the remaining 20 months at the time, that would have spiked our rates enormously. So the idea was to amend the contracts to get them 1383 compliant, extend them so the investments wouldn't result in a rate spike, and then go out to an RFP in the next cycle. So all the contracts expire at the end of next year. The board's direction was to continue with the amended and extend for all the 5 areas except for Area C. And for Area C, it was to compare the rates with the city. If they were higher, do an RFP.
Okay, so then, I mean, theoretically, all of them will go out. I mean, that was the concern, is that if we do the 3-cart process, that like you said, they're not gonna be able to get their money for the investment.
Yeah, our intent is to go out with all 6 contracts for an RFP with the next cycle.
Okay, so this is opening it up for a Band-Aid to get the Area C sooner than later, or blow it all up now?
Yeah, well, the amended and extended approach is a bit of a Band-Aid trying to
get us to
minimize our risk of penalties from the state for not complying with SB 1383. Their next milestone for us is to have compliant hauler contracts in place. And if we significantly delay that, our concern was that could trigger, penalties from the state for noncompliance.
So then the other thing is getting money in people's pocket, which I get that. So if we do go out, when would that take effect? Or if we do negotiate, obviously negotiating them for now would get us to the 2025 when they're all out and everyone has the same chance to get whatever services they want to compete for, correct?
Yeah, with the amended extend, our goal is to have those contracts effective January 1st, 2025. If we have to go out
That's for 6 more years, though. Those
that would be for 6 more years, correct? No, it would be for 7 more years technically, because it would add 6 years to the current term, which is the end of 2025. So it would be 7 years from January 1. If we do an RFP for Area C, and we selected a different vendor, then that new vendor, that contract would be effective for a 6-year term starting January 1, 2026.
But then all those other people would be kept whole because theirs is not going to be open up for RFP for another 6 years.
Correct.
So theoretically, we would only be doing the Area C.
They would all expire 6 years from January 1, 2026. So
it's not as clean and clear
2032.
cut as we wish it to be.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, but
I suppose open competition. So I mean,
yeah.
there's variables. This plus this equals the outcome, right?
Yeah, I'm still.
No, I'm
not
just
sure
saying there's
following.
different variables. Do you open it up to renegotiate with them? Do you blow it all up and then set them all out for 2025? You know, I mean, well, no, but that's what they're saying. So theoretically, in 2025, all of these would go out to bid. Otherwise, all these other people in the county pockets are getting a 6-year extension. Is what correct?
No, let me clarify, make sure that you understood me correctly. The board's direction was to amend and extend in 5 of the areas to this point. Our plan is to present those contracts for board consideration in September, have them be effective January 1, and then the remaining term of those contracts would be for 7 years at that point, the one remaining year on the contract plus a 6-year extension, as we talked about. For Area C, if the board's direction was to do amend and extend, it would be, in the same situation. If the board says, I want you to do an RFP for Area C, we'll conduct that process. If if the same vendor is selected, we'll amend and extend and have similar terms as the others. If a new vendor is selected, that new vendor, their contract would be effective for 6 years, or the term would be 6 years, effective January 1, 2026, because we can't start a new vendor until the current contract expires.
But like to Mr. Vacareza's point, I mean, then it should be open up for everybody to compete. So if we give another 6 years extension to the outside county pockets, then it's not, you know what I mean? It's keeping them whole, but then it doesn't allow, businesses to counter compete, correct?
In either case, all 6 contracts would go out for competitive selection in time for a new 6-year contracts to be effective in 2032.
Or we run the risk of not doing anything on SB 1383 for a year and put them all out at the end of next year.
Correct.
Which makes the most sense, I mean, for competition.
If we did RFPs across the board, we'd be looking, all the contracts would be effective. To the extent we had different vendors, all the contracts would be effective January 1, 2026. Instead of 2025 under amend and extend.
We're not talking about all the contracts. I'm lost where we are.
No, I'm just saying in order for it to be an open process for all of the areas, then in 2026, when they all go due, we need to limp to the 2025 thing, and if you want to put them all out, then you put them all out. Because, I mean, if that's what the gentleman is talking about, being fair and equitable, then all of those routes that are in the outside areas need to be fair and equitable for everybody to compete, to get the lowest price. I'm just saying, give them 30 days to try to bring it down now so that my taxpayers or whatever, whoever's got the majority, I don't care. But obviously this has been put in my lap, so I'm gonna fight. So if I can get these guys to renegotiate in 30 days, and then you gotta figure out what you're gonna do with the next 6 years, because you obviously can't pick and choose, we're letting these other areas, you know what I mean, without any checking on whether their rates are comparable. Okay. So we're gonna leave certain people whole, then not certain people whole because it's Republic. That's not fair.
Do you want to make a motion?
No, well,
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Supervisor Dane.
Once again, I want to remind you, and while I respect for your love of Ben Holt, I'm just saying, City of Stockton, this district's a hell of a lot bigger than that. So they can negotiate all they want what's good for Stockton. It doesn't do anything to help God's country out there in Murata and Linda and the rest of the 4th District. So what I hear you guys saying right now is, and again, maybe it was, my fault for not stating my motion clearly enough 2 months ago, was put them all out to RFP, not wait till 2032, that'll turn into 2058, and when my grandkids start having great grandkids, what have you. But put them all out to bid so contracts take immediate place at 26. I guess what I'd like to know from council, and then Supervisor Patty, I want to hear from you too, because I think we might be on the same page here as far as making a motion. I don't think, well, never mind, I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. Can we revisit the motion I laid on the table 2 months ago to put them all out for an RFP? No, it's been opened up. This is on the agenda to discuss, that opens the way to an amendment.
Yeah, as I look at what's been agendized, if the proposal is to potentially affect not just Area C, but all of the districts, I think that would have to be re-agendized. The recommended motion is pertaining only.
We pay you too much, you caught me. Okay.
Okay, Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. And, I wasn't really going to delve into this too much because, this is your guys' district, 1 and 2. And you know the community better than I do. I'm in South County, the other God's country. And, but, and I agree with what Supervisor Patty and our council was talking about. We're talking about revisiting everyone again. This is not on the agenda because it wouldn't be fair to the other haulers and stuff. We just discussed this 2 months ago. So, and please, Fritz, let me know, Tolliver, let me know if I'm wrong here. But, you talk about RFPs and stuff, and hey, my district's fine. And we already discussed it in great lengths. But, there has been talk about RFPs and competition is great, and I agree with all that, and 100%. However, if you want to discuss why we're here and this big argument that we're having is SB 1383. That is why. That Senate bill, and we don't do Senate bills, that come from the state of California. So it's more unintended consequences that the state is pushing on local government and increasing our fees and so on. And maybe it's, anyways, I'll say it's unintended. I'll give them a bit of the benefit of the doubt. But as you mentioned, Fritz, it's, okay, we do an RFP, and I'm not talking specific about Stockton. I don't know enough about what's going on there. But in other areas, yeah, do an RFP, it'd be better for the taxpayers. And it's not, because it's, these haulers, at least I can talk in my district again, I'm just referring to what I know. They bought their trucks. They've did investments in their business, thinking they have this contract, right? So they're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars and millions of dollars. Now, how fair is it that we can come in and say, hey, we understand that you put in hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars to satisfy SB 1383, so we don't get fined, but hey, you know what? You could lose this contract here in 2025 or wherever it may be, okay? Now, if I'm a business owner and I hear that news, knowing that I could lose that, this contract, what do you think I'm gonna do to recoup my costs? I'm going to hike up the rates. It's simple. You talk about businesses. This is what businesses do, and you can't blame them. They have mouths to feed, just like anybody else. If you've been here all morning, you see how I feel about fees. You know how I feel about taxes. So here we go. We have gasoline is through the roof. Go grocery shopping. I just went grocery shopping. I paid over $200, and I have just my wife and I. When my daughters come home, eat all my food, but it's, usually just the two of us. And then you have the inflation. Everything is just so high, and the middle class is just suffering. And we're just getting beat up left and right. And so what are we going to do to satisfy, competition? We'll do an RFP because it's fair. And then everybody's rates get spiked so those folks can recoup their costs. So that's just more money that is on the backs of the middle class. When you can let them recoup their costs and go for another, 20, whatever it is, 6 years or whatever, recoup their costs, and then go in an RFP then. So that was my decision, is to protect our, complete opposite of what other supervisors are talking about, is to protect our taxpayers from increased rates. So I don't know if that applies to you guys or not, because it seemed like this issue started in Stockton, and all of a sudden it's just spreading throughout the whole entire district. And for me, You know, my district's fine. My folks don't want additional fees or tax increases. So that's where I stand. So I don't know where hey, I'm gonna let you guys, I just want to know what you guys, if you guys can come into an agreement where you guys are, again, this is your district. You have to answer to your residents. I don't answer to Stockton residents. Well, I could, so.
I have one question.
Okay, we have Supervisor Dings next on the.
Oh, sure.
Supervisor Dings.
Yeah, first off, $200 is a lot of donuts. Yeah, what we're dealing with here is just, God, remind me what we've gone down the road. All we're doing is trying to figure out if we're gonna unwind what we did 2 months ago, correct? Is the motion or the amendment, the discussion point you have is whether.
Allow negotiation to get it down to the city of Stockton rate.
So a no vote would just keep us on the process we voted 5-0 for 2 months ago. Okay, thank you.
Correct. With that being said, is there any, we don't need an motion if you want to let it die, or do you want to make a motion to? County Council, how does this work?
Anybody can make a motion to amend the direction that was given at the last meeting with respect to Area C. So the direction that was given the last time this was addressed has resulted in the conclusion that under the criteria set forth in that direction, they need to go out to an RFP with regard to Area C, and somebody can make a motion to amend that direction if they wish to do so. And I believe I've heard Supervisor Kenneba suggesting the motion he would be potentially inclined to make would be to give direction to engage in negotiations with Republic with regard to Area C for 30, 60 days, pick the number, to potentially reach an agreement where Area C was being charged the same amount of money as the city of Stockton residents.
So I just have a quick question. Real
Go
quick.
ahead.
I mean, so if you went out, instead of a 6-year, if you went out 3 years, is there enough time to recoup the cost for the added expense? Instead of doing an extension for a 6-year, have all of them go out in 3 years so that they can recoup the cost for 3 years of the investment that they're putting? Is that an option? I mean, so I'm trying to find middle ground here. I mean, obviously we overlap, but if we can negotiate and get it down, the thing with the city, and a lot of people don't understand, the city gets a franchise fee, which is 18.5%, and then they get a 5% management fee. So 23 cents of every dollar that is paid to the city of Stockton in a roundabout way gets to keep it. So that's the question that comes up most in this negotiation. If they can, it's a win for us if we could negotiate this and then it would become effective. It's a win for taxpayers immediately. If we go out for the RFP, how long are we talking to do that? I mean, roughly. So I mean, I'm just trying to think out loud in my little peanut brain of how to get somewhere without blowing it all up and saving face and figuring out how we could make this correct, so.
I think there were a few questions there, but I'll start with the most recent since I'm remembering that more clearly. If we did an RFP for Area C, we would be able to, we expect to be able to present a recommendation to the board on the new vendor sometime this fall. It'd probably be October-ish. And then, does that sound right?
So we would need to engage a consultant and that would take us until August or September, and then after that we would have a vendor for we would have a vendor RFP, and so I'm thinking early part of 25 is when we would have something for your consideration for Area C.
Right. I'm sorry. I forgot a step. It would be right after the first of the year is when we'd be in a position to present a recommendation for a vendor. And depending on whether that was the current vendor or a new vendor, the contract could go into effect immediately at that point in early 25, or if it's a new vendor, the new contract would be in effect at the beginning of 26.
No, that's with an RFP, correct?
That's with an
How's
RFP.
it too late? If that's the process, then that's the hand you're dealt, because you're not gonna get it any sooner. Anyway, I don't wanna.
And without an RFP, our proposal would be to bring all 6 contracts back for board consideration in the September timeframe, and those contracts would all be effective The plan would be to have them effective January 1, 2025.
Any questions, any comments from the board? I think we should state the path and what we agreed to, last time we spoke, and just put it out for RFP. We owe it to our constituents, and state the path, put it out for RFP. Does anyone want to make a motion?
My motion was just to allow 30 more days for negotiations to bring it back to the apples to apples, oranges to oranges to the city. And then, I mean, that would be immediate for if we could get that done, then taxpayers save as soon as the ink dries. So that was my motion. So, I mean, 30 days.
Okay, Supervisor Patty, you have a question?
Yeah, Chairman, I have a question for you. So we need to review this RFP process. If you hire a consultant, I'm not sure what we've done in the last 6 weeks to get here to now sit there and go, we're gonna have to hire a consultant, then bring something back to the board, then go to RFP, and then bring back in January a new vendor. That's an extreme amount of time. So are you saying that if we wait another 30 days and that discussion and the negotiation doesn't come to fruition, we're now looking at a January timeline of when we would have a new allocation of a new selection process before the board?
I can speak to that first. So if we move forward with an amend and extend, one of the advantages is we're dealing directly with the vendor, and we can move forward with that. If we're going towards an RFP process, yes, we need to bring a consultant on to help us with that process, and then also help us with the vendor selection. So we don't know how many vendors might qualify. We'll have contracts in place that we'll have a good template, but we'll have to go through the vendor selection process and give each qualifying vendor the opportunity to make their case. That takes time. That takes processing time.
So we've not found a consultant in the last 6 weeks that we would have been working with before this came back to the board and put on the agenda in the last 2 weeks?
So where we are right now is we are at a pause, getting clarification from the board. So
what about the first 4 weeks?
We've been moving with an amend and extend process and having discussions with our vendors. However, we haven't engaged. It's not necessary to have a consultant at this point to help us with that.
Okay, but
We haven't engaged a consultant at this point to help develop the RFP, in part because there was question about whether the direction was going to be changed.
Okay, so just let me walk through this timeline before there's a motion on the board. So, and I'm not sure did you say 30 days? Okay, so let's say 30 days from now, the conversation does not come to fruition where there's a satisfactory agreement and we're not getting like for like, which is what I was suggesting I would look for. So if in 30 days, if we wait 30 days, and then we then begin the process of selecting a consultant, and then we create the RFP and we put it out and we receive the bids from potential haulers, you're saying that this 30-day wait would then put us into January of next year before we're able to select, because then your timeline of getting new equipment, as Mr. Vaccarezza had noted, buying equipment and going through this whole process to gear up for service in January of 2026 is at risk if we're getting into this January of 2025. So we are time sensitive here. What's your thought?
If there's a new vendor, there will be some, lead time required for them to prepare to start service in 2026. If we're in January, shortly after the first of the year, our feeling is that is a sufficient time to prepare for a transition. You may hear. You can get input from other vendors on that. We have a couple here, potential vendors, but our thought is, 10, 11 months is sufficient time to transition.
All right, so then pause that for a second. Through the chair, Mr. Vaccarezza, I'd like to ask you, could you nod your head yes or no, is January 1st of 2025, if a new contract is awarded to a hauler such as yourself, does that give enough time? That's 1 year, assuming that's going to be the first part of January, maybe it's January, the end of January, so you might be down to 11 months Does that give you enough time to ramp up and do service in a new district, or would that be very challenging?
It would be challenging, but achievable.
Challenging but achievable. Okay. All right, thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. So we choose the RFP today. I just want to try to clarify this. You would have to hire a consultant, correct?
Yeah, we'll have to engage a consultant to help us develop the RFP, correct?
And how long? Well, that would take months, I would assume. That's like everything else when you.
Yeah, we can
based
engage
on-
a consultant pretty quickly, but the process to develop the RFP will be several months. We'll be
Right,
sometime.
right. I just want to get a
We'll
time
release
frame
it
there.
sometime in the fall.
Then you got to do the vendor selection.
And then we go through the selection and would come to the board with a recommendation. Our estimated time frame for that would be just after the first of the year.
Right. That's best case scenario, correct?
Um,
That's not worst case scenario.
That's I'd say,
Medium?
I characterize it as most probable case.
And then you pick that new vendor, and then that new vendor has to have the equipment or the resources to satisfy SB 1383, correct?
They would have to be prepared to have the equipment
Right.
and personnel.
And when does SB 1383 kick in that the timeline that we have to meet?
Right. Just to complete the answer to the first question, they would have to be prepared to be able to start services on January 1st, 2026.
So that is when SB 1383 will start.
No, right, our compliance plan, then we talked about this at some length at the last hearing a couple of months ago, or 6 weeks ago. Right now, our compliance plan with the state calls for us to have compliant, SB 1383 compliant residential hauler contracts in place by this summer.
This summer?
This summer.
So
That's the next milestone for us in our compliance plan.
So if we don't meet that compliance plan, what happens? What could
Just
happen?
like we thought, we're not sure exactly. We've had a lot of discussions with the state. They haven't imposed penalties or sanctions on any other agencies in the state to this point, but it's pretty clear from our discussions with them, they want to see progress. They haven't said they would impose penalties, but they're not going to endorse a delay that would be caused by an RFP process. So as we discussed last time, there is a risk because we just don't know how the state's going to
Who
respond.
would get penalized? Us?
Yes, the county.
And what would that penalty look like?
Well, it depends, but they can go back. It can be retroactive. It could be a 7-figure penalty.
Ooh. And that would fall under the county.
That would fall on the county solid waste enterprise fund. That's correct. So that's basically a direct expense to our ratepayers.
And so you're saying that penalty or that lack of or dealing with the state, their lack of understanding, I guess I'll use that word, would be less understanding in our position if we go out to the RFP process, in your humble
The
experience?
longer we delay, the higher the risk. I think it does help us that on 5 of the 6, we're on track to have those those contracts in place
So
by the end of the summer.
on these two, I mean, you got a split here. I'm going to put you on the spot because that's why we pay you the big bucks. So, in your opinion, what is less likely to cause the county a 7-figure fine or penalty? The 30-day, like Supervisor Cannabis talking, or what are our chairman's motion?
And I thought there was only one motion on the table.
Well, you have 2 different opinions. One, you have, hey, go out to 30-day. One says go out to an RFP right now. Now, RFP and RFP.
It depends on the way.
Hold on one second.
Okay, sure.
RFP. Can you guys hold on one second so I can talk? Is it an RFP or an extension? What is less likely to get this county penalized?
Well, an RFP would undoubtedly delay having compliant contracts in place by a certain amount of time. How much depends on whether we end up with a new vendor or not. If we end up with a new
Okay,
vendor,
but in your opinion, though, I'm putting you on the spot. I mean, you're the director of Public Works,
the
so,
least
and I
risk,
need,
the lowest risk scenario is to try to negotiate and have an amend and extend, contract in place for all 6 areas. And that would give us a chance of meeting our compliance goal.
all right, thank you. Right, I apologize for putting you on the spot. Nobody likes to be put on the spot, but, I mean, you see how this is going. I just, want to know which direction to go. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
We cannot run a county based on fear. I mean, you want to see something done in this county, turn it over to a bunch of hardworking Valley businessmen. Sometimes you got to break a few damn things. You don't worry about who's more likely to fine us or fee us to death or, geez, just get it done. Break a few things. This is not being run efficiently. It's broken. Let's break the rest of it. You're right, Supervisor Canup. I didn't realize it. You're already moving on to this. Let's hold hands and kumbaya and let's just figure things out with the new vendors. So I guess we need a motion to send it out to an RFP if we truly care about our ratepayers. And I think it's time we do that.
Okay, Supervisor Rickman, one more time. You want to pass?
I wasn't going to say anything, but I'll reply to Supervisor.
Okay.
Just spoken. And, we're not talking, you're talking about fear, or scared. We're talking about a 7-figure penalty here. And where did that money come from? It comes from taxpayers. We're talking about all this taxpayers. I can sit up here. I mean, if you want to have a debate about competition, we already have our director talking about, rate spikes and stuff like that. And again, this isn't my fight in your district, but I mean, possibly a 7-figure penalty. Yeah, you know what? We better be sure we have our ducks in a row. And if it's changing something so we can save our ratepayers who pay that, I'm gonna use different language. You darn tootin', I'm gonna, protect our ratepayers and our taxpayers as much as I can. So I'll end it there, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. I know we have a motion on the table, and I'm going to just wrap this up. We have, to Supervisor Rickman's point, we did not, or I'm sorry, Supervisor Canepa, Vice Chair Canepa's point, we're not doing an RFP for everybody, much to the dismay of Supervisor Ding. We have other districts that have remained in place. We have a hauler that's now here. There was apologies that they were not present at the time, because at that time, when we bypassed an RFP for everyone, the hauler at the time, if they were present, may have been able to speak up and been part of that continuity of service, knowing that in 6 years, we're going to come back and go to RFP because it is well past time. But as is pointed out by Mr. Tolliver and Mr. Buckman, there's a clock is ticking on 1383, et cetera. So I'm in favor of 30-day pause, finalize the negotiation, dollar for dollar, including franchise fee coming to the county. And if we can do like for like, dollar for dollar, what they're doing with the city, because if the city's contract is going up for renewal, guys, that price is probably going to spike up. So if we can lock in a good price that's been consistent with going on in the city already, without there being any inflationary changes, I'd be in favor of that. So I'm going to second the motion for 30 days, get it to the finish line. If not, we go to the RFP and come what may.
Supervisor Ding.
Just clarification here, because here we go with the Stockton crap again. District C is bigger than Stockton. So I want to make sure when we're talking about, because you're hand it over to them, if they can get these rates, equal to. My people in Murata and Linden and the rest of God's country don't just care about the Stockton portion.
We're not talking about those.
Oh, no, you just said in your motion that if they can get the rates down and match the city of Stockton's rates, correct? So that doesn't apply to all of District C. I don't care about District C.
Respectfully, we're talking about Area C right now.
Correct.
We're not talking about other districts. Right now, we have a motion on the table for Area C. If you'd like to agendize in the future,
No, Tom, you don't understand Area C. Area C is Linden, Marata, everything else. It's not just city of Stockton.
I didn't say it's just Stockton, sir.
But you said that what they have to do is come to terms in Stockton. That doesn't do my residents any good. They can agree on, you know, that this side of Ben Holt matches this side of Ben Holt, and then they've met their cost, but it doesn't do anything for me. How is the rest of District C gonna be made whole? Is there gonna be the rate's gotta go down at the same percentage in Stockton and the rest of District C? That we could entertain that for 30
Fair enough.
days.
I think we're talking about
Public comments closed right now.
not just selective Area C for the city of Stockton, but its Area C service area is comparable.
Correct.
Yeah, I understand your point. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Couple of comments closed. We have a first and a second, is that correct? Yeah.
That is correct.
Will you take a vote, please?
And it comes back for review, Supervisor. It'll come back for review, Supervisor. Good point. It's a nail biter.
Okay, the motion is approved, 3-2. Okay, moving on to item number 2 from District 3, approve flying. You didn't vote?
How'd that come up? Can we take a?
3-2.
No, I'll take it. That's good.
What do we do next?
Item number 2, your thing here. Item, the flag. From item number 2, District 3, approve flying POW, and MIA flag on National Flag Day, June 14th, 2024, and a commemorative pride flag on Pride Day, Friday, June 28th. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. By the way, I'm going to propose that we vote on each flag separately, even though it's one agenda item. We've got recognition. Let me find it in my notes here. Apologize, I've got multiple papers. We've got our POWs, and we know that how supportive our veterans are. This board is for our veterans. I've got a request for us to bring out the POW flag, just for historical reference, why and how. The 105th Congress passed the 1998 Defense Authorization Act requiring that the POW MIA flag fly 6 days each year over specific federal locations. Those locations include Armed Forces Day, Memorial Day, Flag Day, Independence Day, POW MIA Day, and Veterans Day. In 2019, the National POW MIA flag was signed into law requiring the POW MIA flag to be displayed whenever the American flag is displayed on federal properties, prominent federal properties, including White House, Capitol, World War II Memorial, and such. Most state and local governments across the nation have adopted similar laws. So I believe in our county, I think it would be suitable, and I propose that, that we, on one day, fly the POW flag. So I'm going to have 2 separate conversations on this amendment. So open up to the public perhaps and see where the board would like to go on the POW flag.
Okay, any questions from the board? I see none. I'll open up to the public. And our first speaker is Patricia Barrett.
Okay. When I think about raising the POW flag as a combined discussion, which I thought it was, with the pride flag, I feel it is an honor that they be together for the fact that there were many military soldiers that were silenced concerning their sexual preference during war due to stigma and fear of being bullied or killed. Gay soldiers were prisoners within themselves during wars, and yet they still wanted to serve their country, knowing because of their sexual preference would not be accepted. Yet today, they are, and proud to say that our military does accept and acknowledge gay people. But the POW flag and the pride flag, and I thought this was a combined issue because it was under one agenda item. I'm putting them both together in my comment. The POW and the pride flag to be raised on 2 different days for one day is not acceptable. Not only for these killed during the Stonewall riots, which was a hate crime, but for the POWs that spent months under unacceptable living conditions for their service. Each flag should fly for their 5 days allowable. Please vote yes on both flags being raised for 5 days. Let's be progressive.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carla.
Good afternoon, Board. Chairman Philipputa and the rest of the board. Okay, so we had this discussion a year ago, and I'm very unhappy it's being brought back. There are two flags that fly at the county. The one is the California flag. That's dubious because I really don't care about that one. But the United States flag should be the only one that's flown at this county facility. I don't want to see any other flag. I don't care who it's for. It could be the Democrat flag, it could be BLM, it could be the MIA, or it could be the Pride flag. No, we don't need any. We're setting a precedent. If you decide to do this, then anybody who has a flag, they can come to you, and you're going to have to approve it because you approved these. There are no other flags needed but the United States flag. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Isaiah Merriweather. Oh, withdraw? Okay, thank you. Anyone else like to address the board? We got one. We got two. Come on down.
And yes, I am standing.
Okay.
I had an uncle that flew into dropped as a parachutist in Normandy. He flew for that flag. We've added some stars. My former husband fought in Korea and in Vietnam. I have a grandson that's going to pin a Lieutenant Colonel bars on for that flag. I joined the Air Force and I swore allegiance to this flag. And I take great offense that we would add anything else to all of us that served. There should only be one flag, and that's the flag I swore allegiance to many years ago as a United States Air Force airman. And all the organizations I belong to, that flag comes first. If we have others, if you want to fly a gay pride parade, an Easter parade, I don't care what you do it in your own home. But in public, I want my children to know what this flag stands for. I want to have them see what this flag stands for during segregation when we win. This flag is our national flag. And I, as a veteran, take offense if you degenerate it by having something else with it. I swore allegiance to that flag. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Villaputa, Board of Supervisors, and members of the board. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. As we pledged our allegiance to the American flag, we were stating that we are one nation under God, indivisible. The flag represents all we are as a nation, and at the same time acknowledging that we are a people under the authority of one God, and that our nation and God are indivisible. There is a proper way to display our flag, among other respectful rules honoring the meaning of the flag. In the daytime, it is unlit, but at night, one must place a flood or spotlight on the flag. So in the darkest night, the flag may be seen in all its glory. Jesus said, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will not walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." John 8:12. In the darkest of nights, stars are the brightest. In these times of fear, stress, and confusion from untruths in our world, that is when the light of Jesus Christ, through his word, is most visible. Light brings hope. It's the same with God. Genesis 1:1-3. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth and said, "Let there be light." In difficult times, that is when we can see more clearly. If we're looking into the light of his word, it's a lamp unto our feet. That flag is a lamp unto our feet. Today, our great American flag is flown outside the front of this building, representing millions of men and women who have made sacrifices over our country's history, even shedding their blood so that the future generations might live and prosper in this great country and might receive the joy of eternal salvation through Jesus Christ. The American flag must fly above, high, and lifted up. God created this great nation so that he might draw men and women to himself. His name is above every name in heaven, on earth, and under the earth. Honor the American flag, but worship King Jesus, who is seated above the heavens at the right hand of the Father, and his own flag is the banner of his love. Thank you for your time. God bless you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Any comments from any other supervisor? Okay, Supervisor Ding.
One for general counsel question. Supervisor Patty, is it your intention to make these split the motion? Yeah. Which he will have to make a motion to do, or just, because since it was agendized together, how do we proceed?
Yeah, it's agendized together, which, and in my view, the motion itself will control what is considered. So a supervisor could make a motion to fly both flags and take care of both things together, or a supervisor could indicate they want to make a motion to fly the pride flag or the MIA flag. I think the motion that is made will control what is considered.
Thank you.
Okay.
So,
okay.
You know, Abraham Lincoln, when he delivered the Gettysburg Address, he managed to do it under 250 words, so I'll stay under that. Today, when you enter a county building, you should enter a building under a flag of respect that represents everyone, period. There shouldn't be any apprehension, any perceived tilt of government, and the only thing that does that is our United States flag. I say this in service, I say this out of love, and I say this in honor of the selfless men and women in our military. It's not about me. It's about us. We have this glorious symbol that has 50 stars that represent where we are today. It has 13 stripes to signify where we came from. And we hoisted up on that American flagpole and we let it wave freely to point us in the direction we are going. And the notion of one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, pretty much says it. Now, have we had our stumbles? Are we perfect? No. But that is the ideal. That is who we are, and that's where we want to go. And I think raising up any other flag next to it diminishes that. Thank you.
Anyone else? I see no one. Supervisor Patty, would you like to make a motion?
Well, I'd like to hear from the supervisors where they are on this, but I thought it was inclusive. You know, we have that flag that we do fly in this country very proudly represents the freedom, and also in this discussion, as we talk about the MIA, POWs, MIA, POWs, these are men and women that have gone away to defend that flag and have not returned. To show a little bit of tribute, respect, recognition, honor is meaningful to veterans. Many veterans that have reached out to me. My own Chief of Staff, Mike Anderson, is a Gold Star father, and giving recognition in any capacity as we have as a board I think shows a level of continuity and inclusion and support that is representative, and this is not replacing the American flag, it's flying with it to show that we have recognition and inclusion, and in this instance, for our POWs that are missing in action. So I would make a motion to have that flag flown on the one day as proposed.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We have a vote,
Just
please.
clarification, we're just doing the POW flag at this time,
Correct.
which was recognized by the 105th Congress and ordered that be flown over all public buildings, unlike, yeah, okay.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
I'm not
You wanna
voting.
speak? It says 5-0 here.
Poof.
Did you vote?
I'm that good?
Well, it says 5-0 right here on my
Oh,
screen.
I didn't push a button.
Okay.
Are you abstaining?
Supervisor Canepa is making this seconder. It automatically registers your vote as a yes if you want to change it.
That's fine. The other, last one too did it.
Yeah, so seconding a motion, the system automatically reads it as a yes vote.
Okay, okay, thanks.
Supervisor Dean, did you want to speak still? You're on the screen. You're on my, do you want to speak? You're good? Okay, that motion was 5-0. Then Supervisor Patty, is there another motion or?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So in the next portion of this agenda item, I know that I've spoken out in this in the past, and I do stand and believe that our American flag is the most inclusive flag internationally, let alone domestically, but it is the banner of freedom and support that we as Americans, the privilege that we all have. I have had members from the LGBTQ community that have actually adamantly spoken out against me, and I don't do this for any favor with or for them, but instead of, there's, the Pride Month and weeks and such, I thought it might be worth the board discussing and hearing from the public if we want to have something in recognition of the Gay Pride Day of recognition on their Flag Day. So that's why I put this on the agenda as well, and I look forward to hearing from members of the public and see if this is something that the board would like to consider.
Okay, if there's no questions from the board, I'm going to open public comment. I see none, and would like to come forward and speak. Please come forward.
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to address you all today. My name is Isaiah Merriweather, and I am the outreach and educator at Central Valley Gender Health and Wellness, an organization dedicated to providing harm reduction, support, and advocacy for queer trans individuals of color. As one of the 100,000 LGBT individuals in San Joaquin County, I stand before you to advocate for raising the pride flag at the county administration building, and if possible, not just for one day, but for an extended period as long as possible, and to recognize June as Pride Month. Our community has been working tirelessly to create a safe and inclusive environment in San Joaquin County for everyone. And we will continue this effort with the support of city officials like you who prioritize the safety and well-being of the LGBT community. Raising the flag for an extended period of time, however long as possible, is crucial, as one day is insufficient to commemorate the significant contributions of the LGBT community to the San Joaquin County. We recognize the significance of June 28th as it commemorates the Stonewall riots, and we appreciate your acknowledgement of that important day. However, it is essential for the county to make a long-term commitment to avoid performative gestures and instead demonstrate genuine allyship. Moreover, acknowledging June as Pride Month highlights the county as an inclusive and progressive county. Thank you.
Anyone else like to come forward, please?
I think diminished That's a real harsh word for our flag because it would take an awful lot to diminish the United States flag. We're a pretty strong country. I think the flag underneath the United States flag, which we have California, we also have, our cities, but having a different group recognized under our United States flag shows protection towards that special population of folks. And I think it shows great honor to be able to fly underneath the United States flag. It shows the world, hey, we recognize these groups of people. We recognize these groups of people. We recognize people that have, serviced us. And I think it's a moment of pride through our country, not just through the pride people, to show this flag flying. Precedence was set, though, 2 years ago when we raised the flag to 5 days, because there was an argument, discussion. So we did get our 5 days. So precedence was set on that already. I'd like to see the pride flag fly for 5 days. I'd like to see this amended for 5 days, if it's okay, if we can put a motion on that. But I think we also need to recognize, I wouldn't care if if it's a quality of life to show that we honor people for standing up for their rights in a very respectful, caring, productive, I love that word, way. I think we should also stand in arms with them too, because it's important that we recognize them. And I thank you for bringing this to the board because we didn't get it last year, and we need to have it this year. Because we need to show, I think we're the only county that doesn't do this. So we need to show the rest of the world that we are on board with the rest of our nation to fly it under the United States flag, which there is no other country in the world to compare to. I'm sorry, this is my country, and I'm very proud of it. But I don't have to think about being dragged out in the middle of the night and being killed, which is one of the bigger things about our country. But I really think that we need to fly our flag for the people, for the pride people, because they did fight for it.
I served and my family served for everybody here. If you want to talk about prejudice, talk about the Mexicans that came here and all the things that we had to do. Think of the Asians that have fought here. If we start separating out, we will every day. We are all United States citizens. And I, as a veteran, support this flag and this flag only. And I think that if we start dividing us into, what are we going to become? Yes, I have many friends and families that are pride, want to do that. I also have very many families that served this country, the Indians that were here, my nation. This is one nation under God. And we should be all-inclusive with that flag, that red, white, and blue flag that stands for everybody. Are we going to start coming here and every time dividing us? I thought we were a United States of America. And I think we're flying the POW flag. I have friends that I watched when Kissinger went to the camps in Hanoi and came out as POWs. They worship that flag, and I think we're doing a disservice if we start breaking it down to everything. I will always stand for that flag and quit dividing this nation. I'm sorry, that's how I feel, and that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Anyone else, please come forward.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, and I'm in agreement with the person who just spoke. I believe the American flag speaks for all of us, and when we start bringing other flags next to what we should be honoring all the time, instead of bringing unity, we're bringing separation. Because when you start saying, I want this flag, I want that flag, I want this, then how are we uniting? We're not uniting, we're segregating. We're identifying these people, this group, this group. They're all being segregated, and we're identifying them separately. We're not uniting. That flag unites us. And that flag is what has been flown for centuries and has always been the banner that we look at and that we are united and we talk about this is God's country. That flag represents who we are. We do not need to have other flags and segregating our people. We're supposed to be united. So stay with the flag that unites us and stop segregating. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I just have a quick comment. I just want to say that our laws and our Constitution originate from biblical truths, values, and morals. Pride goes against the word of God, and flying the pride flag on government property would not benefit or uphold the truth, high values, and morals we hold in our county and communities. Proverbs 11:2 states, when pride comes, then comes disgrace, but with the humble is wisdom. Please vote no to keep the pride flag off our taxpayer please vote to keep the pride flag off our taxpayer-funded government properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? I see none. I will close public comment. Bring it back to the board. Any questions from supervisors or comments? If not, I'll accept the motion. Supervisor Ding. You up?
Now, just one. And I think it's something both sides will agree on. It's time to just be kind. To just be kind. To be in service. To be selfless. Evidently, I had a little too much time on my hands last night or yesterday, so I was on Facebook, and there's two posts that really got me. And I think I don't want to be like every other county. I don't care what they're doing in the rest of this. Sometimes you got to stand up, and sometimes you just got to say, hey guys, enough's enough. This country is out of control. It's divided, and it's as leaders, what kind of message do we send? How do we bind everybody together? There were two posts on Facebook that really irritated me. There's one group that I have nothing in common with. It was the atheists and free thinkers group. They were doing a trash pickup in Lodi. And some of the comments although I chuckled at, God bless you, different comments on there, they weren't very kind. And so I had just said, hey guys, let's show some grace and just say thank you. And then I flip over the next Facebook page, and it's somebody with a pride flag, and they said, let's make everybody's life uncomfortable this month. That's not cool either, and it's gotten to the point where it is a dividing point. That's okay. It's okay for public debate, but when you're talking about our county buildings and in our institutions, it's the one place everybody should go and not feel angst because of what's flying over our government buildings. One flag that unites us all. So I think we need to stand up and be leaders on this issue and say we've had enough of the discourse going on in this country, and let's get back together and unite. Thank you.
Anyone else? At this time, we'll call for a motion. Supervisor Patty? I didn't see you pull.
My thing is not.
Supervisor Campbell.
I get it. America has not always been on the same page. And I think that we have freedom from prosecution for our beliefs. And so as an elected, it's really hard for me to sit up here and pick sides because I think we need to be, non-judgmental. So, what about the people that don't believe in God? You know what I mean? And so for all those folks that tell that, maybe those folks don't want to hear that either. So I think that we need to be less judgmental. And and like you see, there's religious wars. Look what's happening. I was at a graduation the other day, and a young man held up a Palestinian flag. Well, you know what I mean? Whose side do you believe in? You know what I mean? If that's your heritage, then you fight, and you're going to go to war over what you believe in. And that's what our country's been based on, is people fighting for what they believe in. We all don't agree, and people from other countries stood up and fought for our country, and we're fighting against their country. So what sense of that? So for me, I believe, if we're less judgmental and we loved everybody, because in God we trust is there, but it's not for us to put that on somebody else. You know what I mean? And this could go in a lot of beliefs on women's rights and gay and pride rights, and I think it's just human beings. So if we started treating each other like human beings, regardless of where we're from, how much money we have, whether we believe in God or not, that we stand together and stand united, I think that's the most important part. Because some of the stuff that they send, I mean, it's hatred. The emails, a couple of them that I've seen, and I mean, if you're standing behind God and sending emails that are that awful that I'm embarrassed to read, that's not being non-judgmental in the eyes of God, at least that I see. So I will be supporting this because I think I don't get to pick and choose who I represent, because hopefully I am up here to represent everybody. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I'll probably wrap this up. What is disappointing, I appreciate that we've got a couple people in the public, Isaiah, that you're here to speak up. We invited other organizations from the gay community to come forward and talk and express their interest or support in this, and none of them did show up. So I appreciate that you're here to speak out on behalf of this this flag discussion. I know that we've done it in the past in the county. The world didn't come to an end. I know that there's a month of and the week of, and you asked for 5 days of, but I think a 1 day recognition on the Gay Flag Day that's nationally proclaimed of June 28th, 2024, would be inclusive to our community and people that oftentimes complain or feel marginalized, but this is a great country. We all live under the banner of this freedom and liberty for all that I support. So if anybody on the board would like to make a motion and second it, then I would I'll be voting accordingly.
Motion to accept, to say yes. There is a motion, there is a first. Is there a second?
Second. I'll second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. We have a vote, please.
Supervisor Knapp, are you able to vote at this time, or should I do a roll call vote?
Roll call.
Okay. Supervisor Dean? Supervisor Patty, you seconded the motion. Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
And Chairman Villapudua?
Yes. Motion passes 4-1, correct? Okay. Moving on to item number 3, County Administrator's Office, accept the fiscal year 2024-2025 proposed budget for the county and special districts. We have Chief Deputy Counselor Administrator Brenda Kelly. Good afternoon, Brenda.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Villapudua, members of the board. I'm Brenda Kiley, Chief Deputy County Administrator. The item before you is the 24-25 proposed budget, where I will be presenting some of the highlights of the overall budget. A more detailed presentation and discussion will take place during the final budget hearing, which is scheduled to begin on Tuesday, June 18th at 9:00 a.m. This proposed budget provides the document that will be presented to your board during the final budget hearing on the 18th. The proposed budget is in a digital format this year, which I'm very excited about, and is now available for the public's review on the county's website. Our office converted our previous budget system to a new budget system this year, and I want to acknowledge and thank the excellent CAO budget team, Human Resources, and the department heads and their staff for their part in the development of the 24-25 budget. We also included several new sections in the budget document in order to apply for the first time for the Government Finance Officers Association, or GFOA, Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. It was a big undertaking, and I am proud to work with each of the members of our team. Oh, I have the clicker. This slide before you is a high-level view of the proposed budget balancing for all funds. The 24-25 proposed budget of $2.82 billion represents a $48.3 million increase from the prior year. Departmental revenue is decreasing by $2 million General purpose revenue is increasing by $45.6 million, and non-general fund balance use is increasing by $107.2 million. The proposed budget is balanced without the use of any general fund balance. The proposed budget includes funding for all negotiated labor contracts and the additional 5% to pay down the county's portion of its unfunded retirement liability. The next slide portrays the total proposed budget by functional area. As you can see, health services makes up about $1.1 billion, or 39% of the budget. Human services is $619.2 million, or approximately 22%. And law and justice is $578.4 million, or approximately 20%. The other functional area totals are portrayed along with their corresponding percentages of the total budget. This next slide shows the sources of funds that support the appropriations. As you can see, intergovernmental revenues total nearly $1.1 billion, or 37% of the budget. Taxes total $447.8 million, or approximately 16%. And hospital special revenues total $429.5 million, or 15% of the budget. The general fund budget totals $1.47 billion, which includes $5 million in appropriation for contingencies. The budget is funded by $1 billion in departmental revenue and $444.1 million in general purpose revenue, or GPR. The 24-25 proposed general fund budget represents a decrease of $56.8 million from the prior year, primarily due to one-time transfers of general fund balance to reserves last year. General purpose revenue is used to support the net county cost or general fund contribution for departments. The $441.1 million is distributed by functional area in the chart above. As you can see, law and justice makes up over 58% of the total net county cost at $258 million. Okay, so the changes in GPR are shown on the slide before you. So GPR, again, is general purpose revenue. Property tax and sales tax combined make up over 90% of the GPR budget. Compared to the 23-24 adopted budget, secured and unsecured property tax is estimated to increase by $28.4 million, or 8.6%. However, if compared to the 23-24 year-end estimates, property tax is estimated to increase by 4%. So we included a 4% increase in our estimates. Sales tax is estimated to decrease by $1.4 million, or about 4.2%. For staffing, the recommended budget includes 8,290 full-time equivalent positions, or FTEs, which is comprised of 7,572 full-time allocated positions and 718 part-time. The chart before you portrays the number of positions by functional area, the increase in FTEs, and percentage of the increase. As of April 30th, 2024, the vacancy rate across all departments was 16%, compared with 16.5% last fiscal year. Now on to supplemental requests. Initial requests for supplemental funding totaled $38.1 million, $24.7 million from department heads, and $13.4 million from non-county organizations, or NCOs, as we like to call them. After meeting with departments to review their budgets and requests, the CIO's office determined which requests were consistent with the board's strategic priorities. As a result, approximately $4.8 million in supplemental requests were withdrawn by department heads, and $19.9 million is recommended for funding for departments. Of the $13.4 million requested by 103 NCOs, $5 million is recommended for funding. Departmental supplemental requests will be discussed in detail during the final budget hearing on June 18th. Funding for non-county organizations will be discussed today following this presentation. So they're next. Okay, this is what I'm excited about. The online digital budget book can be found on the county's website or by using the QR code on the slide above. So we even have a QR code. And so the clerk of the board is going to help me demonstrate. So when you click on the link, this is what our digital budget book looks like. So this first page is just the introduction letter from our county administrator, Sandy Regallo. And so if we go across the top, Danielle, so we'll have over, like if we just go over to budget overview, go to the left, please. There we go. I just want to show, we have several, these are several of the new sections that we've included. We have, but in the budget overview, we've got, and then go to the right, please. Fund summaries of all funds, general fund. We've got funding sources, so we have separate pages for a more detailed description of property taxes and sales taxes across all funds. And then this is where we see our department narratives. And so if, Danielle, if you could click, there you go, on the caret, and we'll go into the board. Oh, you just, there we go. Go up, there you go. So we'll just show the board page briefly. So we have the chair's picture there, and as we scroll through, similar to our narrative from prior years, we have our board strategic priorities. These are our SMART goals. We have colors that indicate where we are in relationship to our achievement of those goals. And then we have some cool charts and graphs. And then there's a whole program discussion at the bottom. And so we have worked really hard. All of us in the departments have really put in a lot of extra effort this year. Here's the org chart and your staffing table. And so all of this is available online now, and it can be printed, but it isn't our preference to have it printed this year. So we're very excited and hope you enjoy it as well. Okay. Thank you, Danielle. So Chairman Villaputua, this concludes my presentation of the 24-25 proposed budget. Final budget hearings will begin on Tuesday, June 18th, and will contain budget highlights for each functional area of the county, presentations by department heads, and a presentation of the budgets for the special districts over which your board has control. Since the 24-25 budget is balanced, the desire to fund additional items as part of the final budget hearing will come from one-time funds, and typically those funds would come from the contingency provision budget. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Any questions from the board? I see none. If you could backslide that slide where you saw my picture and just leave it there. I'm joking. Kidding. Supervisor Canepa.
No, I just want to commend you on a job well done, because it's not very often that financial people get excited about something. And
I do.
And you were so excited about the program and how it works, and I'm thinking, wow, that's amazing, because usually, you know, we approve a lot of money for upgraded software, and to actually see it working warms my heart, so that it's not in moot. So thank you for the budget presentation. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that coming forward. This is our 8th year, I think, that I've gone through these and, narrowing down and using the technologies. But I know the hard work that goes into, and you and our CAO that you guys put in, the entire team, to bring this to us, the culmination of that year of work and working with our departments, the needs, looking at our unfunded liabilities for pension, as well as just the continuity of our services throughout the county. So thank you for the extra hard work. And I do know that the departments, as you go through, if any supervisors have questions, we can call and kind of get a review. You've sat down with all of us, but when we do our hearings in another couple of weeks, we kind of want to be on task and we move through it and get to the meat of any discussions. But we want to move through that process and get to an approval. So appreciate the work and the availability you have in advance. You guys have done a great job.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? At this time, I'm going to open public comment. Anyone you'd like to come forward? Any questions or comments? I see none. I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. If anyone would like to make a motion to accept this? Is it a motion to accept, correct?
Yes.
So moved.
And we have a first and a second. We vote, please.
Supervisor Ding, you said that you're voting yes?
Okay. The motion passes 5-0, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's 5-0.
Okay, moving on to item number 4, the CAO's office to approve the recommended non-county organization funding for fiscal year 2024-2025 And we have Deputy County Administrator Susie Sayers here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Viapudua and members of the board. Susie Sayers, Senior Deputy County Administrator, and sitting here with me is Sarah Sickler, Deputy County Administrator, and Brandy Hopkins is behind me, Assistant County Administrator. The next item scheduled for discussion is the county's contribution to various non-county organizations / nonprofits, as we refer to them as NCOs. Every year, the county awards one-time funding to non-county nonprofit organizations, which expands or enhances the organization's services or further assists the completion of special projects or initiatives within their communities. Funding is not intended to support the organization's operating expenses, but rather designed to be additional by nature, allowing the organization to expand services to the San Joaquin County community while focusing on one or more of the board's strategic priorities. Award amounts can vary depending on the request and the state of the county's budget. This year, we continue to use our social media platforms and media release to inform the community of the funding opportunity. Example above. We also expanded our reach to the community by partnering with the United Way of San Joaquin County, utilizing their social media channels and meeting space to host an in-person virtual workshop, and had our own Deputy County Administrator Hillary Crowley participate in an interview with the KCRA News. As a result, 74 organizations attended the workshops. During the workshops, participants were provided the NCO guidance, a copy of board strategic priorities, a sample application, examples of project budgets, and later a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. As a result of these workshops, 86 new organizations applied for funding. The basis for recommendation includes a completed application containing all required documents. The project initiative is project initiative is additional by nature, allowing the NCO to expand or enhance its services within the community. It must be considered as a one-time and not a regular source of revenue to support operational costs and be consistent with the board's strategic priorities. Requests that were lacking sufficient information and or included ineligible expenses were not recommended for funding. For this funding year, 106 applications were received, which is an increase of 64 applications from the 42 that were received in 23-24. The total amount requested is over $13.4 million. Of this amount, approximately $5 million is recommended, along with the along with a $50,000 contribution from the Domestic Violence Trust Fund, which supports Prevail's comprehensive programming for victims of domestic violence. Today, the board is considering 103 organizations, and an additional 3 will be brought back to the board for consideration on June 18th. The 24-25 recommended funding includes 63 organizations, with 20 returning from prior year, which totals approximately $5 million, which is an increase of $2.3 million from the 23-24 adopted budget. In 23-24, $2.7 million funded 42 organizations, 14 of which returned from 22-23. And in 22-23, $2.2 million funded 33 organizations, 9 of which returned from 21-22. Chairman Viapudua, today we have a few representatives from the organizations present that would like the opportunity to address the board. Due to the large volume of requests, each organization will be allowed 1 minute to address the Board of Supervisors.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Any questions for the board before I open for the public? I see none. Okay, we have our first speaker. You have 1 minute. Anyone like to come up?
I would like to invite Michael Sorensen from Friends of Outside to the podium.
Okay.
Could we maybe have whoever's next to be in line if we're going to have
All
a
right.
lot?
Let's
I don't know if we have 20 or 50 or 12. I don't.
I didn't have that many respond, but I also have Run Ping Lin from Genhua.
Okay, please step forward.
Please come to the podium.
If you're speaking, you guys can start maybe sitting on the front 2 rows.
Been here all day listening to you guys deliberate. I'm Elaine Hatch. I am a member of the Board of Directors. Ren Ping Lin is our Executive Director, and Doris is one of our board members. Genhua has been in this community functioning for over 44 years. We serve our seniors in this county, and how you count seniors depends on who's talking, but we generally look at 60 years and above. And when we started many, many years ago, we served primarily just the Chinese, but we now serve everyone. And we come here today because we did submit an application in the NCO grant to ask you to help us move forward. We've been here a long time. We've done and been successful at our current location on on Church Street in San Joaquin, but it's time for us to move. We have secured a location just north of, on Pershing Avenue, just north of Delta College, and we hope you can support our application. I just want to say, we've been here a long time, and we love this place. Our seniors love this place. We want to expand. We can improve our services and our programs.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Tam Lee from Vivo Vietnamese Voluntary Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you all today. We were not among those who received non-carry funding and would like to be guided to how and why we did not among the recipients. We are serving the underserved Asian community who have lack of resources and language barrier to adapt to current cultural changes. Vivo is hoping to have funding to help clients learn how to navigate their daily functioning, such as how to search webs, creating and answering mail, use the phone, etc. With the funding, Vivo can educate clients to co-respond with other agencies such as Social Security, USCIS, WorkNet, and others who also try to help them. We believe that to provide the right care, anyone affected by or increased by a condition can achieve well-being and be productive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I'm Julie Medeiros, Executive Director of the Animal Protection League, and we are here asking that you approve our funding. We're asking for equipment and office equipment to further our free and low-cost spay-neuter clinic, so we're able to expand our wellness center. So we want to include X-ray and ultrasound. We are proudly approximately 6 weeks in opening, and we have already serviced only San Joaquin, members of San Joaquin County, and a little over 500 of our community members of the unhoused and, of course, housed. So we are excited to expand and keep moving forward, and we hope that you allow us to continue this much-needed resource that we have here.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Harry Centeno with Calvary Christian Center. We requested $300,000 and was considered for $81,600. And I just wanted to say that Calvary Christian Center has been in the community, serving the community for 25 years. Our vision, our goals align with San Joaquin's priorities, with homelessness, public safety, and quality of life. We partner with Stockton Police. They use our facility that's on 5 acres to do their training. We also have a sober living facility that needs serious upgrading and new roofing that can house 5 men. And thus, so far, 7 men have gone through it. 3 have moved out on their own because we also offer a financial literacy course, which I teach myself and give to these men for free, enable them to move on to their communities. Those that aren't ready, we send them off to other programs to overcome their addictions or whatever it is they're dealing with at the time. In addition to that, I just want to say, as far as security goes, we really wanted to fix our fence because we butt up against the levee.
Thank you, sir.
And they tear up the fence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, please.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for what you guys do. I got to tell you, when I told this guys and gals that were training for a paint company to learn to go from homelessness to working, and when they heard that they were potentially going to get this equipment to be able to work and to pull their own weight in the community, you should have seen their faces. They've been excited. They've been training hard. They've been going to classes on the regular of how to do sheetrock repair, how to do painting and all this stuff, and they've actually got jobs already lined up. I want to thank you for this opportunity, and I can't wait to show you the first job that they've painted. It's going to be great.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Christine Morrissey with Harvest Home Animal Sanctuary. And at first, you might not really think about animals and literacy, but our education program is changing the lives of young people in our community through our partnership with the public library system. So we would love the opportunity to continue to enhance our work by bringing animals to the library to help promote literacy and help build and support our youth growing up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Do I have to push a button? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. My name is Mandy Dumlau, and I'm proud to be representing the Lodi Community Concert Association. It's amazing to think that we started at 1946, and we're entering our 78th year. Our organization has been through wars, down economical times, and everyone knows a global pandemic. We've really hung in there. Organization is longstanding, all volunteer-based, nonprofit organization. We bring diverse, high-caliber performing arts to the Lodi community and surrounding areas through annual concert series. It's extremely important to our board that we bring diverse, high-caliber, strive to find ways to learn, grow, and evolve, and this means finding new ways to do so. Our association has never attended a conference in our industry, and so we appreciate recommendation to attend the Western Arts Alliance Conference in San Diego this year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good afternoon. My name is Miranda Standing, and I'm here from the World of Wonders Science Museum in Lodi. I'm here to thank you all and to seek approval for funding. We are hoping to buy 2 new exhibits for the museum, and those exhibits will allow us to continue providing hands-on science education that gets local children and people of all ages really excited about science in our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Joelle Gomez with the Children's Home of Stockton. Just want to thank you all for the support. Staff's recommendations to fund our short-term residential therapeutic program, which really provides critical care for our foster youth. So hopefully you'll support that recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I am the president for Sundown Little League, one of the Little Leagues here still in Stockton, District 2. I want to say thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to apply for a grant or, having the opportunity to provide a place for the kids to play and have fun. So we're asking for approval for some funding so that we can enhance our property and provide, a place for the kids to have somewhere to go and stay out of the streets and try to prevent, the crime that we have here in Stockton. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm Eric Culpepper with Sundown Little League as well. Just want to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors, District 2, Mr. Paul Canapa, and especially District 3 there, Mr. Tom Patty, for the the assistance that we're about to receive. It goes a long way, and it puts a lot of smiles on these young men's faces, young girls. We have boys and girls in our league, so it's just, I'm a coach, so it's a joy to watch them every day. Go Sundown.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Claire Rutledge. I am the president with Sunset Little League. I want to address you and thank you for your recommendation and your consideration for funding our Little League. We are part of a homeowner, so we do have to maintain the property there. They've asked us to do some upgrades, and we're hoping that you can help us with that. So thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Good afternoon. Peter Caloris, St. Basil's Church President. First of all, thank you for the funding we received last year for the construction of a shade structure that served the county vis-a-vis the preschool and the annual Greek Food Festival, which is now in its 65th year. We applied for a larger shade structure this year, but our request was rejected on the basis that it did not satisfy certain requirements, in that it did not state how the project would benefit the community, when number 9 of the application clearly stated that the project would benefit the community by expanding the size of the outdoor play and playground area for the students of the preschool on an annual and a yearly basis. So the reason for the rejection, I have a problem with, because it was clearly stated in our application how that would benefit the county. And I hope you reconsider it. I'd like to reduce my request to $125,000 from the $350,000, because we found that we have a smaller structure that we can use. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Okay, I believe this concludes public comment. I'm going to close it and bring it back to the board. Let's see here. We have Supervisor Patty like to speak.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. So I appreciate everybody that's come forward. This is myself and Supervisor Villapudua's 8th year budget to go over. When we first got on this board, the NGO allocation was just under $200,000. Last year, we had peaked it and got it up to $2 million to bring money out, in addition to addressing the board, and myself and Supervisor Villapudua at the time, going back a few years, talked about what are we doing for our veterans. And we brought in, this county was able to bring in some $4 million to our veterans organizations in their structures, their buildings, their needs. Some of them didn't have air conditioning, floors, plumbing, you name it, kitchen problems. So we were able to help them as well. So we are at a point now, we're up to $5 million, and that is not sustainable for this county. So you just have to understand that we have been very responsive. I'd like to compliment CAO. I'd like to compliment our entire staff that has been very considerate, very open, very willing to listen. And while we can do this, we've been able to expand the services from what was probably an original 8, 10, or 12, or 15 applicants for that $190,000 to now getting to where we have the engagement that we have in the community. I'm particularly thrilled that this board has supported getting money to Little Leagues, because I know that every year as a baseball coach and growing up and being part of Little League, to get some money into our youth for little boys and little girls is a great investment. And your time to dedicate for that youth and their development, being that mentor, that coach. I remember every one of my Little League coaches, and I'm sure all the board members up here would echo the same. So we're thrilled that we're able to do what we have in a very generous manner. It is not grant funding. There is no allocation. No, it's a simple, easy mistake. Nobody did anything wrong here. But this is, I've gotten compliments, and thank you for getting us this grant funding. There's no grant. We are granting it from the county, but it is taxpayer dollars. It's from our general fund that we are prioritizing, bringing money out to the community while we can. But at some point, we're going to have to look at the parameters, and we can't do everything for everyone because there are needs throughout the community, and we're looking at what's the greatest metric to accomplish. So it's going to be Supervisor Ding, Supervisor Canepa, and Supervisor Rickman next year that they'll be the Grinches that dial it back. But I'm thrilled that while we're part of this, we've been able to be responsive and help out as much as possible to have a positive impact throughout our community. And we welcome and thank you for being here, for asking, and for being steadfast to continue doing all your efforts that you have throughout the many needs. We're just glad to help out a little bit. But prioritizing our youth, family activities, our veterans, things that we can do for those that are most in need are also right there in the synchronization of what we can do and also the asks that we have from many others. So thank you. We're glad you're here and able to do what we can this year. But we can't do everything for everyone. At some point, we have to start drawing some lines. So thank you, and thank you, Chairman. I wanted to share that perspective.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to say thank you to staff and our CAO's office. I know you guys just got inundated with, which is a good thing, right? So people are hearing the messages going out there. May not be a good thing for you because you guys are busy, but as Supervisor Patty mentioned, it increased from whatever it was to 2.3 million. So we're trying to give as much as possible. Of course, we have to do it with restraints. I know when I first got on this board, one of the big issues I had was that the smaller nonprofits weren't getting any attention. And, from in my district, we went, to zero? I think we had 0 or maybe 1 to what it is now. So it's nice to see the small, mom and pop fund or nonprofits come forward. Because what we do see a lot of is the bigger ones who's experienced at grant writing, and we see them here at the board constantly. And, asking for money. And, you get the mom and pops or the smaller nonprofits don't have that staff to do it for them. So we made it easier. So this is one of the reasons it's so expanded. But I love it. I love to see our folks in our neighborhood, in our community who are giving their time. They probably have, most of them aren't getting paid. They don't have a salary. They're doing it out of the love of their heart and doing it for their community, not for a paycheck. And so it's nice we'll be able to get some funding to you folks. So again, thank you all for being here. I know we had some earlier, more folks here earlier for this agendized item, and we're running a little. We had a very, very busy day. So again, thank you everybody, and God bless you. Keep up the good work.
Anyone else on the board like to comment? Supervisor Canepa.
I apologize because I was part of the problem that everyone hit you guys up because we always said, have you applied for the non-county money? And so everyone and their mother did. It's exciting though to see it, that it's up to $5 million, and I know it's not sustainable, but any money that we can get back into the community, I think is money well served. And like Supervisor Rickman said, it's hard for people because, as a county, we do want to use tried and true to make sure that the money is effectively spent. But I mean, it's nice to be able to help smaller folks get in the door because, not a lot of people give money. And if you're in a nonprofit and finding money, everyone's fighting after the same money, and it doesn't make it easy. So it's nice to be a part of this, to actually put smiles on people's face. And I apologize for the folks that didn't qualify. I mean, there's obviously next year. And just, I have to say this, but I'm glad that I'm not on this committee because I wouldn't want that job. This is very difficult to decide who has the most worth and I don't think it's a matter of that. It's the most worth, but I mean, as far as, how we spend the county's money and the parameters that we stay in, I think are important. I mean, I think there needs to be a dollar amount or something, a threshold. And then obviously if they get money from other entities or other budgets in the county, that would be nice. It would be nice to see going forward, so that when we do judge, say, hey, you got money this year. I mean, it's nice that it goes back 1 year so we could see, but I want to thank all your hard work and all the staff. And I mean, it's not easy to do this, but it is much appreciated. So thank you.
Supervisor Ding.
I just want to say thank you to staff, and a lot of thought went into this. And when you think about it, the money we spend, the money we return to our nonprofits out there that have the passion and drive in their particular area. The amount of money this county probably saves by investing in individuals that can go in there and take care of something, you know, different interests that we'd have to build huge departments and staff and so forth, is really a partnership. So thank you to all of you that participate.
I also want to thank staff, the CEO's office, for your hard work. It's not easy. It's hard to give away money because there's so many good people out there that deserve it. All the nonprofits, you work hard and you're trying to help as many of you can. You need funds, and funding's a big issue. But we struggle over it. We talk about it. You know, I know Bread of Life is out there that you guys do an amazing job, and you know, we can't fulfill all your needs. And so hope next year we can try to, you know, fill in the gaps where we missed this year. But again, thank you for all for coming, and we're trying our best. Do we need a motion to accept, to approve?
So moved.
I make a motion to approve. My microphone's on, yours not.
Oh, it is.
Okay, we have a first and a second, and a vote, please. And it passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 5, the ROV. Adopt a resolution approving a request for election services and the consolidation of elections from any city or district within the county, and authorizing the county election official to conduct election services on behalf of the city or district specific within the request. We have Ms. Olivia Hell here.
Good afternoon, Chair Villapulo and members of the board. Olivia Hale, San Joaquin County Registrar of Voters. I have a few notes. Do you want me to wait a moment until they?
No. You go ahead, you're good.
Okay. So the purpose of today's item is to approve all future requests for election services from any city or district within San Joaquin County. Authorize the Registrar of Voters to conduct any said election services on behalf of the requesting city or district. Facilitate all future consolidations of elections within the county. Our legal basis is because California Elections Code 10002 allows cities or district governing bodies to request election services from the county, which is something that we already do. Uniform district election law also allows for odd year districts to do the same. It mandates the county election official to conduct elections for resident voting districts. California Elections Code 10400 authorizes the consolidation of multiple elections held on the same day within this territory. And the Board of Supervisors may order the consolidation of a statewide election with any and all local elections, which this is all items that we already do. The recommendation is the board adopt a resolution to streamline the election processes and improve administrative efficiency. The resolution will avoid the need for special meetings and issues with aligning election timelines with the board meeting schedule. ROV will consolidate and conduct all future elections, if this is approved, as specified by the request from cities and districts. This will be done in accordance with relevant California codes, elections code, education code, and water codes. The rationale for this recommendation ensures efficient and effective election administration in San Joaquin County, addresses administrative challenges and timeline conflicts with board meeting schedule. Historical practice has shown the need for a streamlined approach to handle voluminous requests, So basically, we already do this. We consolidate for every election that we hold with all the jurisdictions. There's never been an instance where we have not consolidated an election request by a jurisdiction. So many of the jurisdictions have to provide a resolution to us that allows us to conduct services on their behalf. That's the request that they send to us. And before each election, I have to come in front of the board to consolidate. So this isn't going to change anything like when we accept the results of the election. All of that will stay the same. After every election, I'll still come forward and request acceptance of the results. This is just for the consolidation piece. So if it's a special district, a city, a school district that's asking for election services, I would be able to automatically move forward. This would be a standing resolution approving all of those for the future. And that's it.
That's it. Any questions from the board? I see none. I'll open public comment. Oh, Supervisor Campbell, go ahead. I'm
So
sorry.
we're already are doing this.
We already do it. I have to come to the board every single time. Now this will allow me to have a standing resolution, so I don't have to come for consolidation every single time.
And so what trumps it? State law trumps it, so state law says you have to do it anyway, right? I
Yeah,
mean,
absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, I'll open to public comment. Anybody from the public would like to address the board? I see none. I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the board. Anyone like to make a motion to accept?
Move to approve.
We got a motion and a second? Is there a second? I will second it. Oh, Supervisor Seward Ding seconded. We had a first and a second. A vote, please. And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too. Moving on to our scheduled afternoon public hearing. Community Development, public hearing regarding use permit number PA-2100126 and development agreement number PA-2200232 of Darren Mangrum. We have Community Development Director Jennifer Jolly and Planning Director Corinne King. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for introducing both of us. I'll just turn it over to Deputy Director Corinne. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This project consists of two applications. It's a use permit to establish a commercial cannabis cultivation facility in 2 phases over 5 years, and a commercial cannabis development agreement to ensure costs incurred by the county are covered by the project. The project site is located on the west side of South Bird Road, south of East 11th Street, east of the city of Tracy. This use permit proposes development in 2 phases over 5 years. Phase 1 includes construction of 3 greenhouses, conversion of an existing residence to an office and security headquarters, and conversion of an existing accessory dwelling unit to document storage. Phase 2 includes construction of 5 additional greenhouses for a total of 30,000 square feet of greenhouse space. The nearest major intersection is from East 11th Street, which is 4,500 feet north of the project site. Pursuant to both Title IV and Title IX, the county may approve a project that is in the agricultural zone and located more than 2,000 feet from a major intersection or arterial road if it finds there is sufficient ease of access for emergency vehicles. The department confirmed with both South San Joaquin Fire Authority and AMR that the access is sufficient. The Sheriff's Office voiced concerns about access as discussed in the board letter. On January 18th, 2024, the Planning Commission considered the project and voted to forward the project to the Board of Supervisors for approval. In order to approve the use permit, several findings must be made in the affirmative. These findings are attached to the board letter, and staff recommends that they can be made in the affirmative. As required by the commercial cannabis regulations, a development agreement has been negotiated for this project between San Joaquin County and the applicant. The fees agreed upon are expected to cover the indirect costs of processing the project in lieu of a commercial cannabis tax. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant. The stars indicate each building's use. Orange stars represent cultivation, yellow stars represent the office, and blue stars represent storage. The phasing of the building is listed under the applicable star. This photo is taken along South Bird Road, looking north from the project's access driveway towards East 11th Street. And this photo is from South Bird Road, looking at the entrance of the project site. The existing agricultural building and accessory dwelling unit, both will be converted to storage, are to the left. The undeveloped area on the right is where the greenhouses will be constructed. It is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the projects with the recommendations shown on the slide and included in the board letter. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Question, you mentioned greenhouses. Are these the plastic tented, or what do we have, what are we considering greenhouses?
These will have to be more of a secured building. They're not going to be able to be made, as far as I know, from the, easily impervious surface. They'll have to be an actual building.
Okay, because you said greenhouses, so I wanted to just...
Greenhouses as
the
a
grow
use.
houses, perhaps, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't want to split hairs, just want to make sure. And we also understand, for a couple of new supervisors, but when we allowed these ordinances, we were pretty careful parameters. We understand there's mitigation process required for smell, so there isn't going to be an impact to neighbors and such, and plus the security protocol, that's going to be, I mean, you guys dot I's and cross T's. This is careful. This isn't done recklessly. So I just want to, I know you've done that, but again, we have a couple new supervisors since we just put that, since we had approved this process. So thank you for bringing this forward. Appreciate it. Just want to get a little clarity on it, and I'm in support. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm new to this. So the city, so what's the 3.5%? How does that work? So, I mean, usually it's a tax, so we just charge a general fee for revenue, or how does, if somebody could explain that, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Good afternoon, through the chair, Adam Brucker, County Administrator's Office. Supervisor Canepa, to your question, we have 3 approved cannabis businesses in San Joaquin County, and we've negotiated development agreements with those 3. And the community benefits section of the development agreement is where the developer and the county have agreed that the developer will contribute a benefit to the county, in this case through the form of both a 3.5% of gross receipts payment on an annual basis. They'll be billed quarterly for that once they're operational, but they've agreed to that. And then, as indicated on the slide, they've also agreed to a one-time upfront payment that's set at $1 a square foot of their cultivation areas, and then a second one-time payment. Could you put that slide back up on the screen? I think it summarizes it well. But in order to arrive at these fees, what we did originally was we looked at what kind of the market rates, if you will. I mean, it's kind of the Wild West as far as what agencies are doing with these types of fees for cannabis facilities. So we took a look at what was going on around us, and I have a list of the different facilities, and the 3.5% is an average. Some are charging 5%, some are down at 1%, and so 3.5% is right in the middle. And then the $1 a square foot was a number that we came up with that's also we thought was fair compared to what else is going on with other agencies.
And then, so the 3.5%, how long is that negotiated for?
It's a 20-year development agreement, so it's for the life of the agreement.
Okay, and then the mitigation for the possibility the sheriff didn't agree for the railroad tracks or something, has that been mitigated, or did that go away, or is that problem still?
Through the chair, actually, we did attempt to meet with the sheriff's office to try to address their concerns, and we were not able to. So at this point, what we decided to do was we took the item forward to the Planning Commission and let them hear all of the information, including from the sheriff's office. They did have a representative at that hearing, and they ultimately chose to recommend approval of the project. So typically, we don't like to take a project forward where the sheriff's office is not in support of this. However, these applicants had been working on this project for multiple years when we heard from the sheriff's office. So we had support from the sheriff's office until we didn't, but that was a few years into the process.
Okay, so there's been plenty of due process.
I believe there has been,
Okay.
and also just as a point of information, the other items, the other cannabis projects that we do have in the county do not have secondary access. Which was one of the arguments that the sheriff's office was making for this particular site, was that they wanted them to have secondary access, but it's not an ordinance requirement. And when we reached out to the other public safety individuals with the fire department and with AMR, they did not have concerns about the
Because
location.
otherwise, most likely, they wouldn't be able to procure insurance then, right? I mean,
I don't know about the insurance,
Okay, but I'm just saying,
they
if you
had
get-
plenty
okay.
of adequate access from the
Okay.
north on 11th.
so public safety can get there, no problem.
We believe that,
Okay.
and yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple questions. We got some public comment through, online here. What about potential for water contamination?
So the water is addressed in, I might turn this over to Corinne as far as how it's handled, but typically, and you know what, actually, it might be, if you're open to it, might be better to have the individual who runs the operation explain it, because
Oh, he'll just tell me what I want to hear, so.
well, I believe that the water gets recycled, so I don't believe that there is discharge that goes into the ground at all.
Okay,
But I would like the applicant to confirm that, make sure I'm not speaking out of turn.
all right. Where's the app? Oh, there you are.
Is it okay if I just go over all the project details?
No,
or just answer-
just a specific question that I ask.
Okay, so-
Because we'll be here forever.
Okay.
So potential for water contamination. So how are you dealing with that?
So all the irrigation runoff will be contained, oh, sorry. All the irrigation runoff will be contained in two 500-gallon tanks. And when those tanks get to halfway full, we'll request a delivery service to come and pick up and dispose of those runoff.
Okay. What about, I guess you'd be using groundwater, so, I mean, how much water are you gonna be using out of our groundwater basin?
It's 7,500 gallons a day.
And I guess that was looked at and that was fine?
I would probably like to, through the chair, defer to environmental health to answer those questions. However, I don't believe that we regulate the usage of the amount of water that is utilized. It's an agricultural zone, so they would be using water for agriculture. That is also not monitored by our department. Is environmental health here?
No, they're back in there.
Okay. Well,
All right.
but yes, what I should say, Supervisor Rickman, is that all of your the questions that you're asking have been reviewed by the different
Okay.
departments, yes.
Then this one I want to know. And I looked at it and it was, I read it, but I just want to get your input on it so people know that are watching. What about the smell of the cultivation? And it's all indoors, correct?
Yes, so each greenhouse will have an intuitive environmental control system that will use real-time environmental data to minimize energy consumption, and we use light deprivation curtains to eliminate light pollution while maintaining consistent temperature. And we're also going to use industrial carbon air filters in each greenhouse. So
Okay.
no odor from cannabis will escape from each greenhouse.
All right. That was my two big questions, or three. Thank you very much, I appreciate it.
No problem.
What if, this is to our staff, what if we do have like the strong odor of marijuana, out there? What can we do as a board, or what can you do as a planning department? I mean, is this a conditional use permit, meaning that so it is a conditional use permit. So if they don't meet the conditions of the permit, which I would assume about the smells on there, right?
Yes, so again, through the chair, EHD is responsible for issuing the local cannabis license, and monitoring that is part of their job, as far as, but if like, say, code enforcement got a complaint about that, we would investigate that working with their department. In addition, I believe every year we have to review through the development agreement, I think requires us to re-review the project, and the cannabis license has to get reviewed and renewed every year as well.
So we can
there are multiple opportunities for us to review if there are problems and respond.
So we could pull that permit if there's problems.
You could potentially revoke it if there are problems, yes.
And I know when I was mayor, there was a nightclub, I believe it was, that we revoked the permit because of crime, and that's likewise here, correct?
Correct.
All right. I know that, when you're dealing with marijuana cultivation, dispensary, it's still a touchy subject. Not everybody wants it. And, my answer has always been, regardless of what I think, one way or another, voters approved it. And the voters approved it here in San Joaquin County. So there you go. Democracy at work. So with that being said, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Anyone else? I need to open public comment. Did I do it already? I haven't opened yet. Public comment. Anyone else like to come forward and have any questions on this item? Okay, I see none. No, look, well, I'm gonna close public comment. And this time, I'll ask for a motion.
Supervisor Patty's trying to set me up, tell me to do things over here. When I'm studying hard my stuff here.
It's been a long day.
Can you please tell him to stop whispering to me?
Yeah.
Through the meetings.
Motion to approve.
We got a motion first and a second.
I'll
We have a vote,
second.
please.
Someone has to stop the nonsense.
Yes. And it is approved 5-0. Thank you very much for that presentation, and good luck.
I cannot carry this entire board on my own.
Moving on to supervisor committee reports or comments. We'll start with Mr. Canepa. Oh, no, you know what? All right, sorry, Rickman beat you. Rickman beat you. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, because I do have to run to another thing here.
Okay.
First of all, since we didn't get to speak last time, I want to wish my daughter Grace happy graduation. You know, we're proud of her. She graduated from Sac State, and so congratulations to my oldest daughter. This weekend we had the Portuguese Festa, and you know, it's a 100-year anniversary. We did a proclamation here. It was awesome. You know, my mom was the past queen. She was there, and marching in the parade. My daughter was Miss Portugal, and folks from all over Northern California, though, there. So proud to be a part of that. So hopefully another 100 years. This weekend, busy weekend, we had the Festa, but we also had the Crow Hollow Fire. Those of you that saw the smoke down south, that was the Crow Hollow Fire. It burned approximately 15,000 acres, started in Alameda County, pushed away on the outskirts of Tracy, right around 580, and then headed east. You know, we lost one house, and that was it. I just want to say thank you to our fire departments. Cal Fire and South County Fire did an exceptional job, from letting that spread. South County Fire, the residents that were out there, I mean, they were out there making sure those residents didn't burn, and I took a tour of it. Well, I visited the command center on Saturday when it was at its full, and then on Sunday I went down there and inspected it. Just to put it in perspective, you had a house that was burned, but you saw the other houses around it. I mean, some of their front yards were burned, some of their trees were burned, but the lawn was burned, but the house survived. And so kudos to them. Kudos to our sheriff department. They did a heck of a job. I mean, thank you very much. They went to house and evacuated folks and, saving lives. So thank you very much, our sheriff's department and our allied agencies, Tracy PD, CHP. We had to shut down Interstate 580 for almost 24 hours. And, hey, I've been a CHP officer for 28 years, and I've never seen that happen. And so thank you for them. Our OES, Office of Emergency Services, providing shelters, not just for people, but for animals, and getting the information out there. Thank you very much. And to our residents, listen to the evacuation, but also our residents coming in and helping folks and evacuate. Stockton Ports, we all threw out the first pitch, and by far I was the best. I mean, I think it was about 97 miles per hour as they clocked it. I told Supervisor Patty he was bowling, and it's like, it happens when you're older, your arms lose their strength. But a great night for our San Joaquin County employees to go out, have fun, let their hair down, no pun intended, and have fun and get to visit with each other. Memorial Day, we had several memorial presentations, and one in Tracy, one in Escalon, one in Ripon, and, try to get to them all. That's our folks who gave the ultimate sacrifice. We can never do enough to thank them or their families, but thank you, and to their families, and keep them in your prayer. And lastly, June 6th is the anniversary of D-Day, and that's brought together land, air, sea forces, and the Allied armies, became known as the largest amphibious invasion in military history. So, if you don't know anything about D-Day, which you should, but if you don't, please go look it up and see the brave men and women of this country, push back and won World War II. So with that, Chair, thank you very much. I could go on and on.
I'm sure you can. No doubt. No doubt.
Well, thank you, Chairman.
I was going to get a pillow right now. Next is Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be rather brief, and thank you for recognizing. On top of my list is the Normandy invasion for World War II. So very proper that we have this gratitude, especially as we had discussions on the American flag and the the privilege we have to live in this great country. And also, Supervisor Rickman, to your point, the Coral Hollow fire was completely unexpected, but we saw that whether it be the Sheriff's Office, our OES Director, as well as multiple agencies in the fire department all springing into action, helping out, and yourself as well. I called you late at night, and you were there, engaged, and obviously paying attention to what was going on. So great job as we faced a really challenging and threatening environment. So good to see the response that we had here in our county. I was very lucky, went to Memorial Day, speak at the VFW Lunetta Post in Manteca. That's the post right here at the Civic Auditorium, and across the street, Rotarians also had a World War II, at their World War II memorial. They had a tribute for on Memorial Day, and very highly attended. It was fantastic. Also, on behalf of the board, I was able to participate in the Chinese Cultural Society Scholarship Luncheon, see some bright young students, and I mean, almost every one of them had a GPA of 4.3 to 4.7, which was incredible as they move on to higher education. We all talked about make sure you're coming back to your community that supports you. Yes, the Ports game was absolutely fantastic. That our CAO, or now CAO, threw out a blazing pitch, but I know that there was a bee or something that flew in the way and slowed down the swing of your arm. Otherwise, you would have hit the plate no problem. So good job. Rickman's 9.7 mile per hour underhand pitch that did reach the plate, but a high arc as it was. But it was great that for all of us to go out and be there and support, and more importantly, to meet many people that work in the county. There's several hundred that were there, and for us to just get a chance to meet with them and say hello and thank them for being there and being part of the county, it was made it all worthwhile. Lastly, I'm going to finish with, there was an article in the Stockton Record, County Council. You and I had a conversation, but I think this is something that you may want to ask. I'm going to ask you to consider escalating. But we had the Lodi Parachute Center, in spite of a 2015 suspension, they've continued to operate and do certifications up until quite recently, and people continue to die out there. So I don't know what we're doing, what legal parameters we have, but we have a business that seems rogue that's giving out certifications. They're, it's just a very dangerous environment for many people to have died over the years, and seems like some nefarious activity going on right here in our county, Supervisor Ding's district. But reading the newspaper, Stockton Record had an accounting, a breakdown of just the last 10 or 20 years of activity that raises the concerns I would have of a business operating here in our county. So at this time, that's all. Thank you and appreciate everybody's great work. You all work hard and do a great job. So thank you.
I'll be brief. I attended One Voice, and I wasn't here because we wasn't able to report out, but that was an invaluable event. Also, Brandon Cooks was at Lincoln High School. He plays for the Dallas Cowboys and came back and ran a football camp, which was amazing. The attendance was great, and thank you, Brandon Cooks, for coming back and being a role model for young kids. We also, it was the last Miracle Mile redevelopment meeting. Carlos Villapudua got $20 million, and they've had a committee of, I think it was 27 people, and they've been doing them at COG, and they finally had a recommendation, which they've been working on. So I was glad to be able to attend the last two meetings of those. So now I'm looking forward to where they're going and how they're going to spend the $20 million. Obviously, this SB 1383 is an important part of how we deliver garbage services, so we've been working on that. The SJ Health meetings, multiple meetings, and trying to figure out clinics and health and behavioral health, and so that's been part of a goal. The first pitch, I want to thank everybody for that amazing event. It was great. It was well attended, and HR did a good job of putting that on, so thank you for that. We attended the Jewish Food Festival over the weekend and probably bought too much stuff. And also the county Parks and Rec did the catfish derby on Sunday, and there was some doozies, some 7-pounders coming out of there, and it's always great to go see. They stop weigh in at 12:30, so I always try to make it there and see the families out there, but I guess there was very little room, and people get out there early and line up, so there's some traffic issues, but all in all, it was well attended. I think they put in 1,600 to 1,700 pounds of catfish, so my hat's off to San Joaquin County Parks and Rec for having a successful event, so thank you.
Supervisor Ding, you're good? No, I'm good, thank you. Okay, I just have one thing to say. I threw out the first pitch at the Ports game also, and the Ports tried to sign me to a contract, and I told them I was committed to the county. So when I'm done with this, I might pursue a career in baseball. Everybody saw my pitch and they're impressed, so I'm gonna leave it with that. Yes, sir.
I just want to say thank you to Katie, who's our public information officer. When we're talking about that fire, the 15,000 acres, I was on the phone with her constantly. She was pushing out information on the county site to get people informed. So thank you very much. It was early and late nights for you, so great job.
Yep. Outstanding job. Then we'll adjourn today.